Hello everybody, what's up? It's KFan701 here. Haven't been streaming much like I had, but I will let you know is that I've had a very, very quiet week. I've actually been on my own for 7 days because my parents actually have been on to a special wedding vacation, which is somewhere in Croatia at this point. Uh, One of their friends apparently has got engaged and had a wedding attended, and I've been on my own, basically having a chilled out, quiet time. But they'll be returning back home tomorrow, thank goodness, because I have missed them. As for me, like I said, I've been having a quiet one, having time to myself, and kind of having some good flashbacks, reminiscing of some of the good old times, and yes, guys, I can tell by some of you who have just popped in. Hey, big boy, and hey there, Christopher. It's nice to see you back again. I have missed you guys too, so I felt like I come back, and as you can tell in my voice, I do feel a little bit more cheerful. You can't see my face right now because I haven't got my camera on, but I'm feeling a lot more better and happier. And to be quite honest, because been heading out there in the open, reconnecting with some good people, and making newer friends, and oh, nice, have you? Oh wow, Christopher, if you have, let's have a look at them. If you would like to pop in and join live and see what you got. But I've been making a lot of newer friends with people who are from the Toms community. Oh, another. Oh, there's another Brandon even. Nice. Nice to see that. And like I said, I have made some newer friends in the Toms community who actually live a few blocks from me, which is intriguing. And some of them who may have heard about my famous Ghost Train stories. And you will be honest to tell you this, guys. Lately, I've been getting more comments from older fans who remembered me from 10 years previously, who have come back and still remembered they still remembered the original film, the 311 movie, the Kurt Roman film. They've all come back and just remembered. Like they're feeling so nostalgia. Some are even saying this is one of the legendary ghost films we've ever seen, and it's good to hear it still. And there are some who are still using my audio as a tribute, because some of them asked my permission. As long as I'm being credited, that's a-okay with me. And of course, we are coming up to October in a couple of days, so I guess it's kind of a celebration, I guess. But either ways, like I said, I am feeling very happy about it. I do get a bit emotional because of some of the text I see is very heartfelt. Even though there are some who believed I changed the Thomas fandom, mainly for the supernatural reasons, I guess, in the fandom, but that wasn't really the intent. But I am blessed to say that, if anybody who thinks that, then that's up to them, really. But for those I used to work with, who I shall not mention because of reasons, I just hope they come to realize that even if they do regret working with me or long since forgotten about it, they need to understand that they had their own roles to play in, and even they are getting absolutely good congrats to all my fans who still support me. Those who took part with me, who helped with the voicing and editing and whatnot, you know, they too are to be congratulated because they too are still getting praised. You know, I'll name a couple of them, like Liz, who did the ordinary 311 voice, and of course who did Rosie and Emily, and you know, even my I think Brandon was in there, but I'm not too sure if he was or not at the time. Um, but I also have to congrats a couple of other guys like I think it was not Gerard, Jared, the German of Sodo, I think his name was, or was it German James as we used to nickname him as a joke? Who I still love his videos, and at the time, I do miss him a lot because he was one of the first in the Trains Thomas community I ever met with. Not to mention, who else was there? Who voiced it as well? Like, I know there was Miss Ortez. I know it's a bit of a struggle to say the name, but she even played a good role in some of the projects in as well, and she still needs to be commended for the work she put in too. And honestly, you know, even Victor Tanzik himself deserves to be credited as well. And Thomas 102 Henry 3, and Enterprising Agents 93, and just to name a couple of those in the Thomas fan in the trades community who have done so much, who have made, what my videos are still remembered for. And of course, it was because of that I got my big break. You know, it was because of guys like that I got my big break in voice dubbing back in the day when I was in my prime. When I voiced in NWO Origins and did another projects that I did. And like I said, I'm still limited to voice dubbing, and not that many want me in. Because some refuse to either let go or just think I'm not worthy. Uh, but like I said, there's just so much good stuff I'm seeing. Like even to this day, a lot of people are just really liking, my content. Even those who came back 10 years again, they're just so happy to see that they're still there and they remember it and they love it. They still remember getting goosebumps. They still remember getting the jump scares. And they always keep telling me, I'm glad they're glad to re-find it again, and they know that it's still there and everyone loves it. Hey there, Coolie Bears. I saw you there briefly. I'll bring you back in. But again, it was just superb. And even now, my voice as Timothy and whatnot are still being recognized. You know, there are even some people out there in public who sometimes come up to me. Are they? Uh, oh, sorry, someone's calling me here. Sorry about that, lads. Somebody was trying to ring me there. I do apologize. That's really cool. Look, Proteus. Look, Proteus in Ghost Train 3. Spoiler alert: was to be the next ghost to show up. In the next one originally. It was a little hint that he was going to be next in line, and of course, look, Greyhound, as you know, who voiced James for that one time off a role, did a hell of a good job. And even he too was getting praised for voicing a much more mature, grown up James, because in my version, James is no longer the arrogant red engine that we all knew and liked. Because in my version of the Thomas universe, most of the engines have grown up and become more like we are now, like grown adults almost. That's kind of the strategy I was aiming for. Yes, and to put it in, big boy, Timothy did find peace if we'd ever got to episode 3, 4, 5, and 6, like a Star Wars style. But look, I wouldn't say it never got cancelled. I don't usually say that, okay? It just didn't come to fruition. Let's just say, to put this on better terms, I got so burnt out with the whole 311 film, which took me 2 bloody years to put together, keep in mind. And because of the miscommunicationing and all the things that happened in the productioning, which I can't go into as much anymore because it is quite depressing. Like I said, it was just too much, and eventually it was just time to just put it down at that point. That's why I've been planning so long for a reboot of Timothy's character and for 311, where it's not going to be quite as it was in the actual films that you saw, because that was a completely different timeline, a completely different era. It was the dark Thomas Ghost era at that point, from 2014 to 2018, I think it was. Because that's how long it lasted for. That was the era we were in, at least. But still, it's so good that people still remember to this very day. And I can't be more happy to have good fans like you guys who still love it to this very day still, you know. Hey there, Cully Bear, I'll put you back in. Just hang on. I've just got so many messages going all over the place here, you know. So I do apologize. Okay, but I do apologize for that there, lads. There's just so many messages flying all over the place here. That's okay. That's okay, big boy. It's funny because a lot of people who see me stream, they do tend to bolt in because they all know what I'm going to be up about. It is quite funny, especially the last time I came in, I had like 10 of you guys pop in within a matter of 5 seconds, which was insane. You know? And guys, if you want to pop in, I have left a link at the top. Christopher, if you want to pop in too, you can. There's enough space. Jess Trains Lemsey Studio. I have been seeing the Star Wars series of Ahsoka, and I admit, definitely was impressed. You know, don't get me started on Star Wars because I've been rewatching that quite a bit lately. You know, obviously. Hey there, Milos. Long time no see. Yeah, again, guys, there's so many messages flying around from one side to another, so that's why I'm not responding as much. Yeah. Yeah, don't get me started on that, big boy, I know. Anyways, Cully, Freebear, I'm about to put you in now. Here we go.
Hey, man.
It's been a long time.
It has.
Well, and you got yourself a new icon too.
Yeah.
Yep, I saw you live on a few times on your other page and everything, and I know it's been a while since we've spoken, but even I'm not struggling as much, but I am kind of with my whole fanfics, and everything else. But I'm still trying to think of new ideas of what to do. Not to mention, I'm just rewatching a lot of classic stuff with the Thomas fandom, and of course with Star Wars as well.
Yeah, it got a lot from me. All the episodes, with school and everything, and then I had to keep up with the schedule. It was a lot to handle.
No, it's pretty good that we're back somewhat back together, I guess. But like I said, I've had, I've been speaking with a lot of bits and bobs. I've even made contact with Star Wars Theory as well. I'm in there with him, making new friends as we go along.
If I'm honest, my bad. I think that if you would upload the videos in your channel, then we could do the episodes. Just not on my channel because I think I'm putting starting to put different stuff on my channel.
Well, that's going to be a bit risky because we all know about the whole censorshipping and everything else that happens. So,
I don't know.
but I will admit that it was good that you helped me find my. I have to thank you a lot, mate, for bringing me back in terms of like finding my, well, sort of getting me out of semi-retirement when I, came back as as Timothy, and I still had it in me. I mean, there are some who still love to hear me again, but like I said, I'm very limited.
Yeah.
But it was good though. I have to say, what else was there? I've still got other stuff I'm doing. If anybody's seen my DA as well, you can also check out the new.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right.
Okay. If anybody knows, I have a DA thing, and if you ever want to see my Thomas stuff, you can check it out. Where I've constantly had a lot of fun with other bits and bobs. Again, Brandon, even I've done extremely well. Been coping really good. I've actually been breaking away from a lot of old things that have really been bugging me a lot, and I've took it upon myself to challenge myself to break free from it. All the past drama that I've had, it's done with. Despite there are those who still try and take the piss.
I had to do something.
That's all right. Despite there's a lot of things still going on where people won't let go still. But the good thing is, I'm really glad to know that 2023 definitely has been one of the best. Oh, I've got somebody here called by the name of Vampire Romania 1998 who seems to be very excited.
It's 2022 for me has been really, really bad.
Oh, it's 2023 over here.
Oh, my bad. 2023.
Well,
Um,
well,
yeah.
last year definitely. Well, last year 2022 was a good changeover for me in my life that I needed, and this year's
Mm,
definitely made it press forward.
yeah, but this year, my cat was unfortunately killed, and my 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 godmother died.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's
Yeah,
tragic.
I've
Sorry
been.
to hear that. That's tragic, man. Honestly. Oof.
I don't mean to trauma dump. It's just um
That's all right. I'm just
happened,
didn't expect to hear
earlier.
that.
Um,
Hmm.
oh my bad. Just looking at some stuff.
That's all right, man. That's okay. Honestly, I feel for you, man. Like and but I've had that too. I reminisce of my grandfather, and I miss him dearly. Even with my dog Yogi, who passed on nearly a decade ago, I miss him to death too. You know, but I have to push through on in life. You know, I can't keep dwelling. Um,
It's a lot has changed. Basically, I found out that my trains program, trains a new era and trains 2019.
hmm
Basically, whenever you have those softwares and you keep downloading locomotives into it and add-ons, what it does is it creates a folder. And let's say you download like something to put in, like if I download a CDP file for trains, it will make it like a gigabyte. It's a lot of space. So
Oh,
I looked at my file, the folder, and the amount for the amount I've had for trains 2019 and a new era. Guess how much space it was on my computer?
a lot. A lot was taken.
767 gigabytes.
Oh, that is a lot.
I've cleared it up and I've had like I was able to download everything. But I'm not sure. I could definitely get everything back. Just not as much useless stuff as I had because I didn't use everything. That's for sure.
That's funny with me because I've got some really good there. Oh, hey there, very Lash up. Nice to see you. Uh, I was just going to say I've been downloading some good stuff as well, even if it isn't Thomas related. But I actually have had some good contents from other websites, you know, which are
Yeah.
like, you know, I'm not sure if you've seen them, mate, but they are really good. Like I've managed to get some very rare ones. I got, you know, I managed to get a double tended Gordon from which was really good from his '06 form. I got some more NWR versions of him. Oh yeah, I even got the one that had his Railway Series one that looked very good. With the one that came with, it was the one that came with his smoke deflectors, and I'm not talking about the Wild Northwester one. There's another one out there that has the smoke deflectors, and Gordon looked actually pretty accurate. And I was thinking maybe this will be my version for his Railway Series form since I can't use the Wild Northwester ones anymore, which were at the time the best versions of the Railway Series. Don't get me wrong. Like there's just so many out there now. Like I've still got Timothy, and I've still got different versions of Percy. I've just recently downloaded his Great Western form, and some of the most weird ones I've ever seen, including many versions of Thomas and Edward as well, which are really good. I'll admit. It will be like a very strange, weird railway series, but it is quite cool. Like I said, there's just some great contents I've seen, some of the best I've ever seen in the trains community that are so good that are preserving you know, the 2006 era of trains, which everybody seemed to love even more now than what we're seeing in today's time.
Yeah.
As they always say, you can never beat nostalgia, you know,
Yeah.
and of course, they always say the '06 is where the Thomas Trains fandom started, and a lot of people seem to latch onto it nowadays.
Yeah. I've been really excited for the movie that's coming out in October.
And what would that be?
The Five Nights at Freddy's movie.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't believe it. They're actually going to do that. Oh, my
Mm.
Lord.
Yeah. I
Wow, this.
was honestly really surprised. I thought it was just like um fake news in 2015.
Wow. And you said, "Oh, I can't believe it." So it took them this long to finally do it.
Yeah, they had like they were switching between directors from what I know. Like they kept going and going. But
So who's
hmm?
the one? So who's the one who's going to be directing it then officially?
Jason Blum from Blumhouse.
Oh, jeez. And I thought they were going to bring somebody like I don't know. You could do creepy films like I don't know.
Excuse me.
Ringing. And I thought for a second we were going to have I don't know, like Tim Burton who did Batman, for crying out loud. Hey, there's Michael Bates. Nice to see you. Hey, Michael.
Hey,
Welcome back.
nice to see you again. Are you talking about the Finance of Freddy's movie?
Yeah.
That's just what I've been told, and it seems like we've got somebody here who's popped in called Melon Pregon fan who seems to be happy, but then all of a sudden,
Have you seen any of the trailers?
Oh yeah,
it's
I have. I've seen plenty of the trailers, and I'm actually surprised that I don't know if you guys are like huge fans of Finance of Freddy's, but if you are, you should know that we've been waiting for like God knows how many years for a movie to be made about this.
Yeah.
I actually didn't know about this. So even if I went back to 2015, I didn't even know.
Here, let me
I,
send a trailer in the private chat.
I
uh,
You can share
I,
a screen if you
I
want.
can't even remember back, to be quite honest, because 2015 was a hell of a good year for me. I can
Yeah.
remember that so well, but I don't even remember the whole thing back then. To be quite honest with you, it's been that long, so I am a
I'm,
little bit in the mist with this one. Okay,
I mean,
jeez,
if you really think about it, we've gotten to the point that we've seen like movies that are heavily inspired by Finance at Freddy's. Like like I forgot what it's called. I think it's called Willy's Wonderland or something like that. But that movie is clearly heavily inspired by Finance at Freddy's.
what the only one I saw that used to have the Mickey on it was the Five Nights with Smudger. Oh Jesus.
Oh dear. Oh, that's actually one of my favorite games I've ever seen. Basically because someone actually did something with the whole Smudger character that wasn't the whole Smudger is Bertram thing.
Yeah, guys, I do apologize in the chat at the moment, but it seems like Melon Playground is having a go at Big Boy here, and I don't know what the F his problem is, and I'm not going to accept the whole thing of him saying that he's, you
Yeah,
know,
it's like
why
Melon.
I'm
There's no
absolutely
reason.
pissed.
There's no reason, Melon.
I
You
hope
know.
it's not who I think it is. It better not be, okay? Because I don't tolerate that sort of behavior in the chat, guys.
Actually,
So
actually,
please chill out, guys.
actually,
Like I said,
going off subject for a quick second. What are your guys' favorite horror movies?
I'm not really a big fan of
Ooh.
horror movies as you would think. Okay, I'm all right with it being in Thomas and Friends and everything else, but not
Wait,
Ooh.
action
are you
film.
kidding me? Literally, I didn't really think about this until very, 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 very recently. But I believe the untold story of Timothy was heavily inspired by Nightmare on Elm Street.
Listen, my film basically look. I've said this many times. My version of Timothy at the time, as you heard in the movie, I was kind of inspired by Freddy Krueger, but the thing was, I tried to make it feel like it was that type of Freddy on Wheels type at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing was, I liked the theme that I was using because it was kind of it had that very dark and edgy story to give Timothy a much more darker feel compared to what you would think from the actual Ghost Train film.
I
Well,
think
Timothy himself is a bit edgy. I mean,
That's
look.
what, but
I
that was
mean,
the
he's
thing.
a ghost for crying out loud.
Well, Michael, just to let you know, in the fanfic, if you remember, if you do remember reading it, Timothy compared to the movie is in the movie version in the movie version he's less darker looking, whereas in the fanfic he is much darker, bloodier, and edgier. As you said, he's basically like Freddy Krueger times 10, but
Well,
like he is basically his what's the word again? He's basically his creepypasta counterpart, but much and when he speaks, he's barely able to say a word. Like, you know what I mean?
I'll be honest. I never really saw any difference between him, the fanfic, and the actual version, unless in your DeviantArt there is like a I don't know if I want to call this a deleted scene or something, but there's a scene where he has like a little tug of war with Thomas and stuff. That's the only thing I see that's different than him. That he's more aggressive in terms of the DeviantArt counterpart than his actual movie counterpart.
Well, the fanfic version is basically like you said. When he had his fanfic thing, when you see in the fanfic, Timothy is definitely, well, on the fanfic one, he's more darker than ever. But in the movie, I had to cut that down because at the time there was a lot of, restrictions going on. Or the fact was, I didn't want to scare too much of my audience or think I was a nutter or whatever.
Yeah,
Especially when I was doing the voice dubbing, because nobody knew what Timothy sounded like, and I wanted it to look like it was as I said before, an extended version of the film of Ghost Train, like the TV series and the Railway series, but taking place in a modern time.
oh, I
Yes,
understand that
it
completely.
was like it took place like in very close to the 100th anniversary, like very close to it, and in the fanfic, I do mention a few hints compared to what the movie was doing. If you see, there's a hint where in 1972, that's like in the that was when Tram Trains the book came out. I think it was, if I got this correct. So, and Ghost Train's in there. So I'm thinking Timothy was there when his driver saw him in the year 1972 when the book came out. So that's the hint right there. And when Percy played a trick on him,
Yeah,
So there's
yeah.
your first clue hint, and then the other one was saying about the whole thing about being when sorry if I'm kind of judging here because I'm trying to remember what I was trying to say. It's been that long, so I kind of sketching a little bit.
So I
It's
will
all,
say your
it's
version
all
of
really like
Timothy is noticeably more white in compared to the silver that Timothy is meant to be in the creepypasta, but I didn't really take much notice of that.
that's all right. It's because you don't have to take much notice.
But then again, I like to point out that in your version, Timothy
I'm doing good.
has green lining, while in almost every single other version of him, he always has red lining.
Well, that's the thing, because just keep in mind, at the time when I was with the German Soda, or what's his name? He used to be known as Thomas Fan Forever at the time. He was my first Thomas Trains fandom fan, and despite he and I parted ways a long time ago, I do miss the absolute hell out of that guy. He was my very first friend ever made who came from Germany, apparently, and I do miss him a lot. I mean, he's still got it, man. He's the best James, one of the best James voice actors ever out there, and if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have done that first movie,
At least he does a good James impression where he's not absolutely obnoxious.
No,
No offense to anybody else who plays James, but apparently, like every single time someone has to play James, he always has to sound super obnoxious and stuff.
no, but with Thomas Fan Forever, even though he goes by a different name nowadays, he still has it. No matter how many times I listen to him as that character, it just makes me laugh. Like, it's so entertaining. That's how good it is. Again, like I said, the Atlantic City Line Rail fans popped in. Hey, y'all, nice to see you. Oh, and there's Trains of Maine who just popped in. Hey there, mate. All's going well. Again, what I was trying to say was, Michael, back to the early thing about Timothy. When you first saw him in the movie, at the time before he even did the movie variation, the idea of him having, what did he actually look like? Well, we got the bit of his counterpart correct. It was still early days. But the whole thing of him being silver and green, that was supposed to be like an early sketch of his Railway series look, apparently, instead. And then it just kind of transformed to a different variation. And then I kind of had this idea in my head, like, why is he appearing differently? Why does he have different parts of his body looking this and that? And then it came and dawned onto me that he was, in my opinion, the idea came to me that I needed to give him a flashback story, like what made him as he was. Why did he look so different in each time? Well, it's because he was a prototype E2. He wasn't officially like Thomas and the others at the time. And this is still canon, still in my redub I'm doing of him.
I mean, isn't that the best thing that you could possibly do instead of making him like an actual member of the E2 family? Like, in my personal opinion, and this is probably like someone else's opinion too, but I respect your opinion. I don't believe that Thomas was ever a member of the original E2 class members. I think he was like a special one-off variant of the LBSCR was like, you know what, we got to get rid of this engine somehow. He's just not good enough for us. So they just sent him off and like he just happened to end up on Sodor.
Well, we all know how Thomas ended up on Sodor. A lot of people say due to the whole mix-up during the war, which I do like to believe is still canon. Not to mention, in my version, as I said before, originally Thomas was a prototype of the second batch, which had the extended side tanks. But
Now that makes sense, actually.
It does, yeah, it does. Like Timothy was the prototype for the first batch, and then Thomas came along for the second batch. And at the time, this was in my original canon at the time as to why, Timothy mentioned why, he was the first of his kind to lead the way and whatnot. And why, and if you're thinking, why did he have the extended side tanks before Thomas? Is because, again, they were prototypes. They weren't official until Thomas got the official extended side tanks for himself for the second batch, which, again, he had spare parts for them. And but in my new reboot, as we now know, a lot of people beat me to this one, is that he was the original design with, again, looking like Thomas, just with the shorter side tanks.
Wait,
and it
new
made
reboot?
perfect sense. And in my version, I took this idea again. These guys didn't realize they were helping me out with rebooting his character. Like,
Wait, what reboot?
Huh?
What reboot?
For Timothy, Thomas's brother, it's
If that ever happens, what's your version of Timothy's overall personality? Because that's one of the most intriguing things to me, basically.
well, in the original, as we all know, Timothy was a kind, good lad. He was an innocent, good man, and he loved to help out and do anything. He was like Thomas, but much more mature. He was never cheeky. He was never, not quite like what our famous little Blue E2 would do. He'd never do the sneak up and whistle up to people. He was just kind of like Edward on six wheels, but much more like a big brother. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
he'd tolerate no nonsense. He'd be there in and out. He'd be there to put you in your place. He's basically like the brotherly figure that you'd all want and love and stand up to. And
but
just
if you
before
look
as he
at
got
him,
older,
he has teeth problems. If you look at Timothy, he has buck teeth.
yes, he did. Well, yeah. Well, obviously, he did have teething problems as an E2 prototype. But as we know later on, other people did their own adaptations, which again helps out with my flashback that I need help with. Other people in the fandom didn't know this. They were helping me out unexpectedly, that he was a different engine altogether. And people were asking, why does he look so old? Well, again, because back in his youth day, he was a different engine. He didn't
That
have
actually makes sense, honestly, because it said that he was an old but kind engine. But the E2s, I believe, were started building around 1913, and Timothy died in 1914. So
that was the original batch. That was the original batch just before, because by that point Thomas would have been built for the second batch. Of course, the other batch would have followed on just after the war. But like I said before, this was in the original canon that I had at the time, and of course, in order for Timothy to survive, he was turned into a prototype E2, and why was he painted silver? Because he wanted to be that way, because it was a nice color for him. He just didn't like being number 0. He did, and that was his nickname that he did not like, and
actually, in my headcanon, before he became an E2, he was actually a LBSCR A1X, aka Stepney's class.
That does make sense. If anybody wants to go that far, that would be good. So Stephanie could say he knew what he looks like, even though that won't be counted in my version.
My bad.
You can say
what?
All right. My timeline when I made the videos was that it wasn't just him. Like, they were built the same, but Timothy was the first. That was the timeline I did.
Hey, that's how I am today. I'm still good as ever.
Timeline.
Room's been reinvented, although I need a shave after this. And Don't worry, lads. I know some of you guys haven't seen my facial for a while, but I'm doing good. I'm just drinking the last Prosecco.
What?
Yeah,
You
it's
kind
the
of
only
your
alcohol
mic
drink I
kind
have.
of echoed.
You know, I'm just drinking some of my last Prosecco. Kind of feeling a little bit celebrating now that we're talking like this. This is what really gets my stream going good when we get into these conversations. And oh boy, yes, random lists. Never call Timothy by his number. I know that was a trade line that everyone kept doing back in the day, which was quite funny.
Actually, in your timeline, did you ever have if you ever wrote a story about Timothy in his youth, would you ever do a story where like Tesla 22 did, where if he would be extremely upset if something didn't go right or upset him personally? Would you ever do that kind of story?
Well, it's kind of funny you bring it up because Tesla 22 was another close inspiration of mine, and he basically kind of told Timothy's youth cameo for me in a way. At the time, I had no idea what to do, so he kind of laid the groundwork. And like I said, if I ever do redo a reboot of retelling a much younger story of Timothy, that would have been the case. Not to mention that what he said is actually true. Even to this day, like spoilers, even to this day, Timothy would have been like, you know, if something didn't go right or if right or whatever, he would get very upset about it. It's like people like us, when we make mistakes, we don't mean to, but we get upset about it. That's kind of like what it was, you know, and that's natural behavior for him. And even to this day, he still gets it, you know.
Yeah, that
He
makes
just
sense.
he just wants to be a useful engine, regardless how old he gets, you know. And if somebody treats him the wrong way, he will get pissed. Pardon my French. He does have a bit of a fuse. Like it's a bit like saying, sure, I may be a small little E2 on 6 wheels, but as Thomas would say, we can do bigger things that even bigger engines can't do. Like I said, again, Thomas inspired him a lot. Like Timothy looked at him more than he looked to himself, to be honest.
I personally would think that Thomas would be the more, how should I say this? I don't want to say cheeky, but he would be the more like helpful engine. Like, take into account he's older than even Gordon, so he has some experience compared to Gordon and Henry. So he would be more like, in my opinion, Thomas and Gordon. Since Thomas is a bit older than Gordon, he was kind of being a bit cheeky to him to like rile him up or something, because Gordon, like like the puffed up express engine, it just backfired horribly for him when Gordon decided to take him on a wild ride.
Yeah, although the thing is, both engines were still young, and Gordon like showed Thomas what happens when you pick on an engine bigger than you. Sometimes there's the old saying, you don't want to pick on somebody bigger than you. You know, like that kind of was related to myself in reality, in real life, when I used to get bullied by bigger engines. I mean, by bigger people, and I always held my ground. I thought to myself, that doesn't work. It's supposed to be, you know, if the little bully picks on a much bigger innocent person, it's up to the big lad to do what he has to do to teach them and put them in their place. Whereas for me, it was the opposite way around, which to me did not make much sense. So I guess Gordon had a right to teach Thomas what he had to do. But
Yeah.
we'll go off topic a little bit there afterwards with something else. We'll get back to Gordon and Thomas later. Regardless of the whole cannons being upgraded and redone many times, you know, in Timothy's new timeline, he still was built as an A0, as a little E2, you know, as the prototype, and he still had all the flaws that he had, as we know in the original timeline. Thing is, he didn't suffer as much. He wasn't very, you know, he was still useful. He still had the issues that plagued the actual cast itself. But, you know, he still did a heck of a good job. He was useful, you know, and he never complained as much. And then Thomas would come along, and this is where things get a little intriguing. Because in my new headcanon, and I know Robert Audrey may not like this, but this is kind of like, you know, I'm making a new canon for Thomas. Yes, he still comes to Sodor after the war, or even during it at some point, regardless of how I'm going to do this. But there's a little twist in Thomas and Timothy's backstory when they're young. The thing is with Thomas in my headcanon, he wasn't even an E2 to begin with.
Okay, that's actually quite interesting, because if you go back to I don't know if anybody's really thought about this, but if you go back to that infamous shot of at the end of the Untold Timothy Part 4, where Thomas and Timothy are literally looking at each other. You can see both of them. You can clearly tell that Thomas is an entirely different design based on Timothy, who is a traditional E2 design. I mean, then again, people would brought that is that because he was rebuilt in the 1960s, I believe. But
Yeah.
then you have Timothy, the traditional E2. So I can understand that Thomas may have been a different entry before he became an E2 because, to be honest, like you can say like Edward's not really a Furnace Railway K2 or Gordon's not really an A1 at Pacific, but it just comes up to how you expect them to have been built.
Well, again, yeah. Even in the film, Thomas does say he remembers there was an engine who looked like him, but he was too young to remember. And again, at the time, I was trying to pretend like all the rebuilds he had prior to 1960, when he crashed the station master's office, that he had part of his memories wiped out until he finally he remembered. Like it was like again, I was trying to do some hints, like Thomas does have a sibling that he didn't know of who was even older than him.
That's
Again, I
actually
was
a bit dark.
You were saying, Michael?
That's actually a bit dark because Thomas Comes to Breakfast is a pretty much a very comical story, but
Oh, it is, yeah.
the way
But-
you put it, that's actually a bit dark. Come to think of it.
Well, yeah, after he had his rebuild, he had his new one front done and had some of the newer bits to upgrade him. It would have, in my opinion, affected part of his memory. And just keep in mind, by that point, Thomas had aged. So
He has aged clearly.
So technically, even aging had an effect on his memory until he finally remembered it, until he finally gets it in his head, you know?
Yeah, actually, quick question:
So
in your modern version of if in Sodor in today's worlds, what personality would you base Thomas off of?
Well, Thomas is still basically an E2, but in my version, I'm always sticking to the Railway series. No disrespect to TVS Thomas, although that can be for somewhere else. But I'm always sticking to the Railway series because I always think they're just as good. They look realistic as ever. Now, just keep in mind, guys. Like I said before, Thomas wasn't even an E2 to begin with in my new headcanon, because lately a lot of people are tending to see him more as the J50 class, which to me is becoming more like Thomas as I'd like to vision him as, because that's how he originally originated from, thanks to Reverend W. Ordway. So I'm thinking about bringing the J50 Thomas in first. Like, that's how he started. And I'm thinking, how did he become a J50, an E2 from being a J50 at the time?
Weren't the J50s built after the E2s though?
Well, that is true, but then again, they were not that far from it, because one guy in particular who I know of, who I'm a big fan of, actually did a version of Thomas as a J50, and near the end, he comes back as an E2, and he kind of took the mickey on the idea of, like, this is when we get back to Gordon. When Thomas was different, he ended up teasing one of the big engines, which was Gordon, and then he would take him by his coaches and rally him for a ride, and then Thomas never felt the same. He was complaining and aching that he couldn't stop it properly. He had problems with himself. And then eventually, he would go to the works, and near the end, he becomes the famous E2 that we know and love. And I thought that was a nice backstory. So I'm kind of thinking, what there's a backstory that Thomas knows beforehand, because in my new headcanon, Timothy is built again as the first prototype. But in my own new retelling, there was a second prototype, and that's where Thomas comes into the picture.
So not Xavier.
Pardon?
So not. I remember that you did a DeviantArt once, and a new character in one of your DeviantArts was a character by the name of Xavier, and he was meant to be the second prototype based off of Timothy. I know you probably never remember this, but I remember this. I'm like, he's actually adding more to Thomas' overall family.
I don't know who Xavier is. It's who I believe it is, and I friend of mine who I never speak of anymore. But Jesus Christ. But anyway,
I do like the idea of, like, how in my headcanon, there's a character named Jonathan. Jonathan is the new and Northwestern Railway number 0. He was built in 1915, a year after Timothy, and he has like dark red eyes, but he's meant to be like one of those, like, you really don't want to excuse my friends, piss off kind of people, but he's like a really nice brother to Thomas. It's just that he knows about he was built after Timothy, but he knows about Timothy's past, and he just like wants to hide some of those like details away from Thomas because due to the fate of the actual E2s, Thomas would have been even more horrified to know that one of his own brothers is something that dark. So Jonathan is like he's kind of a mix between Edward and Timothy, in which Timothy he can go he can go technically off the rails if something upsets him personally, but he's also like Edward, as in he's like a figure to Thomas.
I see. Well, at least that's not too relatable in my own. Again, like I said, because a lot of people have done Thomas without the extended side tanks, so I thought to myself, if I put Thomas and Timothy like that in the same timeline, they'll have more time together to bond as brothers, you know. And Timothy like teaches Thomas what to do, as we've seen in recent videos. Like he teaches him what to do, and they get so close to each other. You want to make like they really do become like the two brotherly loves that we all like to have in reality.
You guys
That
lost me.
it's kind of
I haven't been in the community for a long time.
that's all right, Flybear. It's kind of like that is where you're like this. The relationship that Timothy and Thomas have, despite they are brothers technically in this, they have this. It's kind of their relationship almost in a strange way. Almost is a bit like Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, almost in Star Wars, nearly.
I can see that, and this is coming from a person who doesn't even watch Star Wars.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, this is where the kind of spin-off comes in. But the thing is, it's really, really good. It's just like it happens there, and of course, whenever they're too far apart, they feel inseparable. And whenever Thomas had any trouble, Timothy would just step right in there, like really telling anybody to like if anybody's giving him grief, it's like it's the classic brotherly thing where it's like if you mess with one brother, you're messing with the other. You know what I mean? It's that sort of scenario.
You know, if you really think about it, that's basically like Donald and Douglas.
Yes, except the thing was Donald and Douglas are twins. Thomas and Timothy are not twins.
Well, and technically, in the untold story of Timothy, Timothy does technically have a very clear Scottish accent, and the way I think about it is that to Donald and Douglas, like you know the thing, right? Like don't piss off the twins, right? With Donald and Douglas because they're meant to be like
Yes.
characters that you don't want to mess with. That's how I picture like Timothy basically. Like he was an engine that if someone like bullied a friend of his, like you were gonna get like big trouble from him.
Yeah, except the thing was just ignore the fact that Timothy's actor in my first one was Scottish because at the time he was a big fan. And he was all right at the time until I had to take it over. So I had to change his voice up a bit, which even worked. But either way, lads, like I said, Thomas and Timothy are still going to be young together. They still learn a lot. But then, as you know, Sodor is about to become the Northwestern Railway, and as you know, the two brothers do pass, and they don't see each other, and they don't see each other for many decades because, spoiler alert, Timothy has the exact same thing he has. He goes over to Sodor, not to help build the railway. He at first stays there for a bit, like he gets familiar with his surroundings. He gets to stay on the Corone for a while, as we know, his original branch line home, so he could get at ease with his surroundings, and then eventually he got transferred over to the other side, to help out with the extending, and that's where the what's the word? The Tipper-Nabford-Bridge Railway at the time, because the Sodor was made of smaller companies at the time, so he would be assigned officially to one actual family.
That's actually what I was going to ask you. Like, out of the three railways before the NWR, what railway would Timothy have been part of?
Well, when he was on the Kurt Roman branch line with at the time, he wasn't officially a part of the railway. He was just there to to put on trials and work there for a bit to and then after he was ready,
he be part of the Wellsworth and no, not the Wellsworth and Sudbury, Sodor Mainland Railway.
Yeah, except he wasn't an official member of the team. He was just there to assist them, but he loved it there though. As you saw in the flashbacks. in the flashbacks, that's kind of where he was. He, as you know in canon, he loved it there so much. He was quite popular. You know, it was kind of a prelude to what happened to Thomas when he had his own branch line. As you can tell, he was bigger, stronger. He could do more than they could do. And eventually, as you know, the marriage of the Kurt Roman was there, and as you know, the financial issues would happen. Timothy would leave, and he would go over to the Tidbit, Nafford, and Elsbridge Railway to help out with the teaming because the
Yeah, I
whole
can see
expansion
that.
happening, and all this that we saw in the movie is very similar to this new canon we're doing, except it's not as dark as it is, and Timothy doesn't have much problems with himself, except by this point when we get to 1914, as in the original, or maybe sometime just before Thomas pops in 1915, because I might extend it a little bit. Just as the war is breaking out or so, Timothy does get very worn. He may look okay on the outside, but on the inside, he definitely was suffering. Like he was at that point where his parts were so worn. Because just keep in mind, he's still a prototype.
So he was so he's basically like Edward in that I don't even remember the actual name of the episode, but I remember like it was like a season 8, season 9, season 10, season 11, whatever episode, and where Edward's like having worn out parts and stuff. So it's basically like that.
Yeah, he was basically on the brink of where he had to have like a complete rebuild at this point. You know, like he had to, otherwise he would have fallen apart. He was actually beginning to at this point because of the depression he was suffering of being away from his brother, and he felt quite lonely without Thomas. He wasn't there to teach anybody. He didn't feel like a part of him had been left. Of course, the whole thing with the former controller, who I still haven't got a name for him yet. All that happening was weighing on him. He was basically on a downward spiral in terms of not mentally but physically. Like he was going through a physical trauma. Like he was starting to become a little bit how should I put this? So he was still a good guy, but it's just like he was drifting to that part in life where he couldn't take it. He didn't take kindly to being abused.
I can understand that.
Yeah, he didn't take kindly to be abused. He didn't like his own class being mocked or whatever. And the engines that he was with, he saw them as family as well. He idolized.
That would include Colin, Lily, Adam, Matthew, Roger, Clive, Matthew, Roger, Neil, whatever, all those characters, right?
Yeah, he was very close. He was very close with the small boxy engines, I'll tell you that much. And he also idolized Winston, aka Eagle, who I voiced in NWR Origin, who he looked upon tremendously.
Actually, quick question: in your timeline, before his, I'm gonna guess that his accident did happen in 1914. Did Timothy ever meet Edward?
Well, it could have been. There was many of Edward's classes back in the day. He may have done.
I think
I do think that he could have met Edward once in his lifetime.
He did in 311.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, that was when Edward was beginning his own path, when we were going to learn from Edward's point of view, there's more to Timothy than we believed.
Actually, going on a bit, since this specific engine is said to be built around the turn of the 20th century, in your timeline, did Timothy ever meet a certain green saddle tank engine by the name of Percy?
That's a good question.
Because it's like that the driver tells Percy the story of the engine, who is in fact Timothy. So I was wondering does Percy ever wait, I remember meeting an engine who looked just like Thomas, who was silver and had number 0, but that was so long ago I don't even remember that. Since we know that Percy's really old compared to Thomas, Gordon, and Henry, he could have met Timothy at some point in his life.
Well, and I'd like to keep that a bit of a mystery, because we don't know if Timothy, and I can only imagine if Timothy and Percy ever cross paths. Oh my goodness. Well, we'll give you a little hint. He did meet an engine quite like Percy. But in my new headcanon and notes, and just to lay it off, this has nothing to do with the weeping engine. That will never happen. Okay. which everyone keeps pissing me off about. Okay.
Actually, a quick question about that. And one of the characters named Penny, is she meant to be based off of Rosie's class? Just a quick question.
No, oh god, this is one of the things that why I had to leave the community for a long time. No, that was supposed to be different in Railway Series. Instead, Penny got redesigned into Percy's class, and to be honest, she looks better that way. And this is, and spoiler alert, in my version, I have to make a new OC of my own, which I'm still doing, and it's not easy. Okay, I mean, when you mentioned about Percy's class in my new headcanon, and this will be about during the new build-up. Let's just say in this one, this will be a new arc, okay, creepy boy. This is a new arc of Timothy I'm planning to do. Okay? And I'm talking about it right here in terms of the playing ideas I'm thinking of. Sorry about this, Kaluba, for boring you here, mate.
No, it's okay. It's just really tired with school today, you know.
I know the feeling, man. I know the feeling. What was cool about it in this new headcanon I have in mind still, it's only in playing stages because I haven't done it officially on my DA just yet. Because I'm still trying to write the origins of Timothy just before the whole thing starts. At this point, we're about in the timeline plan stage of 1914, somewhere between this time period. Although I could expand it to 1915 just before Thomas arrives or something like that, since I've seen some people do that before. So maybe at some point during the wartime, it is revealed in my new arc canon that Timothy does meet an engine who looks like Percy, but is in fact one of many, many, many siblings of Percy, since it's pretty obvious he had more siblings than Thomas did, I guess. We'll never know. There's been so many versions of him. So in my version, I'm thinking, and this is kind of where, in a strange twist, that this is where Timothy kind of found his first romance. Yes, there's a romance story in this as well, in his past as well, that drove him to that point of depression too. But there's going to be a change in my new headcanon.
Does this romance of him die in any way before 1914?
Well, in the new arc, it's not going to be 1914 where he crashes. He's going to have it in 1915. So apparently, it's going to be a new arc canon. Okay.
Okay, that makes sense. Now that makes sense.
It's just before. It's just right before, somewhere very close to where Thomas arrived. Although we don't know what time in 1915 it was, but I know it's going to be sometime long after the year began.
Now, quick question: does Marklin exist in your timeline?
You mean the German engine?
Yes, him. Like I don't know if you've heard the Tedious Tales of Thomas, but Marklin kind of like plays a role in that. And like in my series, he arrives in 1909. I mean, yes, he's based off a class that was built like in the 1920s. But in my universe, he did arrive in 1909, which means he's technically one of the first big engines to arrive on sort of like big name characters before like Edward, Thomas, Henry arrived. And so he's the go-to guy.
It's kind of funny because Marklin does exist, except we just never saw him. He was always in the background, unseen.
Yeah, well, in my universe, you know how people say that Thomas and Edward were the first engines to arrive on the line?
Yeah, maybe we all know that wasn't true, but we know for a fact, maybe in terms of the Railway series, like how they became numbers 1 and 2 and whatnot, that can still be true, but they weren't like the first official in terms of like, yeah, we all know. I mean, how the official Northwestern Railway fleet, yes, they were the first in the fleet, but not a part of the origins.
In my universe, when Marklin comes before Thomas and Edward, and when Thomas and Edward come to Sodor, there are other engines who work there, but the three of them, they're like the three musketeers. In my upcoming series, there's going to be a lot of episodes where like something happens to either Thomas or Edward, like mostly Thomas, and they would have to go to Marklin because Marklin was there before them. So they often go to Lynn like, "Hey, Marklin, have you ever heard about this?" or something like that. Because
question.
There for years. Yes.
Your series, how are you making it? Is it in trains?
about that. I was originally thinking about doing it in Trackmaster, but there are a few episodes where I'm like, how the heck am I going to do this in Trackmaster? Like, I know everybody's using trains nowadays, but I don't want to be one of those like going to trains kind of people because I kind of want to do Trackmaster because I like using practical models. It's just that I don't want to go straight to trains. Like, I might do trains like for episodes that might be too hard to make in Trackmaster, but for right now, I want to do episodes that are like fairly easy
I have
to make in
Trackmaster
Trackmaster.
models and trains.
Uh,
I know.
Actually,
Let's not go there, bro.
here's a fun fact. In my universe, there's a member of that comes to Sodor alongside Edward and Thomas, and that's Edward's brother Cheetah. Yes, I know, weird name, but one day
Jesus.
in the 1930s, Cheetah suffered an accident and died in a tunnel collapse that nearly also killed Edward. Now,
Right.
in this,
Okay, I'm gonna get deja vu sense with that. That's reminding me of a very old episode. Let me just
If it's the Kelstein Tunnel, yes, I'm basing it off of that.
no. A very, very old series I remembered, which included model trains. But continue on.
Now, so when in this accident, Cheetah dies like very horrifically, and Edward like barely survives. And this happens in the 1930s. Thomas is the engine to arrive at the scene at the crash, but he sees the remains of Cheetah, and he's like, "Cover that up. We do not want to see Edward. I do not want Edward to see this." So when Edward like awakes, he sees the covered remains of Cheetah, but Thomas is like, you do not want to see what is left of him. And so this is like a story that's brought up again and again, where we see.
I actually don't know about that. It sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah,
That's been a while.
it's basically like Cheetah dies in a horrific way, and Edward's like, Thomas, why did you not let me see him? And Thomas just basically says, you do not want to see what was left of him. Like, I know you may think it's a bit out of character for Thomas to do something like that, but I really want to show the dynamic between Thomas and Edward. Like, basically, like a 10 cents and Hercules kind of way. Like, they're like brothers.
Indeed.
If you've seen Tugs, then you might get the reference.
I
I
do
don't know
get the
what Tugs
reference.
is. What's Tugs?
Tugs was a show that David Mitton did after he did season 2 of Thomas and Friends, but then that show got canceled and he went back to Thomas for season 3.
But it was a good season. But that's a season, Gulliver, that it was very, very good. They did things that the other series couldn't do, and it has a very catchy intro and ending theme that kind of has this romantic feel, and it is lovely. And it's something in the fandom that Thomas fans and Tug fans tend to use both now, because although unlike Thomas and Friends, we all have the different timelines, but in the actual TV series, it's actually set in the 1920s in the Tugs, so that gives you a hint of where they were setting it at the time. We just never got that in the Thomas series in the so because they all happened in different stages, because the TV series and the Railway series are in separate timelines.
Yeah, and actually, here's a fun fact. In my headcanon, there's an engine on Sodor who becomes the number 12, who is not Emily, because I hated how they did that for her, because I do not see Emily becoming the number 12.
I kind of do see her as number 12, but not in the Railway series. Maybe in the TV series, yes, but not Railway series.
In my headcanon, it's not Marklin, but it is a German engine who is found by Marklin. And I'll just say this German engine went through a whole lot of stuff in his life, and that was because he was the personal engine for a certain man who started a certain war from 1939 to 1945.
Oh look, I hate to say the whole thing. He was basically the Third Reich's steam engine.
Yes. He was the steel beast, as they called him.
Jesus Christ, and now look at him as nothing more than a Reich locomotive. I don't want to say the N word because I hate saying it.
Well, here's the thing. He after the war, he is given to the Soviet Union, who was led at that time by an even worse man, if you know who I'm talking about. And let's just say,
but basically was the lesser of two evils because he helped us win the war. If you think about it, if it hadn't happened, we wouldn't have survived.
Yeah, but then again, this person who ran the Soviet Union saw this engine and thought, you need a bit of a change. And he put a torch to half of the engine's face.
So basically, have disfigured him.
Yes. And now this engine, who is named Fortunate, believe it or not, he comes to Sodor and becomes the number 12 of the Northwestern Railway. And like I have a couple stories of him where he does find love in a British engine, surprisingly. But there's a whole bunch of stories where like he's like a very like, let's just say he's basically like a loner. He's a loner kind of engine. He talks, but then when someone gets him mad, like Bill and Ben, for instance, he will go ape on them.
I understand that, pal, man. Jeez. As you were going to say let's head back a little bit. I just remembered what it was. Timothy did find his first romance. He had a couple of them in the early days. I know this is going to be a bit of a holy you-know-what. Let's just say when Timothy first came around, this was just before Thomas again arrives. Let's just say his first romance was a strange one, and I'm going to say it's a bit gruesome.
What?
Because Timothy's first crush was a bit strange because all the other engines were taking the piss and being cruel, and Timothy hated engines who were that way. He basically, and I know this is going to sound you-know-what to everybody else, but he basically was one of the few engines who knew who the half engine was.
Oh
And
my
yes,
God. That's what I was thinking because I'm like, wait, it's not the half engine, is it? And I'm like, that has to be the one thing that I have seen to give the half engine kind of an actual backstory. But I'm like, really?
well,
half
and I was thinking to myself, Timothy was the only engine who had sympathy for her and who could just about know what she was trying to say, and everything that she did just drove him like, to that point where he felt like he was losing his mind a little bit,
To be honest, you just added a whole nother level of like mental stress to Timothy's mind.
That's the thing, because he didn't like engines or people who were in that state of mind, and he didn't like seeing female engines, quote unquote, being down, depressed, and whatnot, and whatever. He respected who they were, and even if they were built somewhat a bit differently, he still respected them and liked who they were. An engine's an engine, regardless.
I can see that honestly kind of see that honestly because maybe Stepney knew the half engine, but I think you're the first one who actually made a character that we pretty much know at this point, that being Timothy, that actually knew the half engine pretty well because Thomas didn't say anything about himself like pretty much knowing the half engine all that much.
No, I'd like the idea of Timothy. I mean, I know I'm overusing him a bit, but I'd like it to be in my head canon. And it's funny the engine never had a name either. Even Timothy doesn't even know who it is. But in my version, Stephanie doesn't know it's one of his siblings either because he never got to see her. In my version, okay.
Yeah.
And each time that they were alone together, that was the only time she felt comfort with him. And the more he spent time with the half engine, with who she was, he felt comfort with her, and she felt happy with him.
Now here's a quick question, and this might be going off topic a little bit because we're talking about like engines who were like the first to come to Sodor. In your timeline, is Emily part of the Wellsworth and Sudbury Railway?
Oh, jeez, man, that's going to be a tough one. We're not going to jump that far because
I do not like that timeline idea.
Let's just say, look, I don't think Emily would be around there because, like everybody else, agrees with the backstory that Emily had been on the run and she was in that carriage shed. If you saw the, that episode.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The one where she hides in the carriage shed for like 55 years or whatever it was.
Yeah.
A Fight for Survival, that's the one. That to me is headcanon.
Okay.
Because and in my version, the Wellsworth and Sudbury engines are still with us, and they are preserved, and they're still there. And in my headcanon, they're still going to be helping out.
You do know that 3 of the Wellsworth and Sudbury engines have been revealed, right?
Yeah, like Wild
Two,
Northwest's
two
version
of
is
them
correct.
are the same class as the two worst characters in the Thomas and Friends universe ever, and like the one is like a very weird looking Shep Stewart locomotive. But hey, I like that.
Yeah, well, not the ones that we've been seeing lately. No, it's very different. I'm sticking with Colin, Adam, and Lily.
Oh yeah, I'm sticking to that too. Like they were in the series, but the actual Lost Submarine engines, they were like the first ones to come to the island.
Oh yeah, I've seen some in the in this site that they have. There's one site where they had these other engines who were Wellsworth and Sudbury, and they were painted blue and they were a bit weird looking. There was four of them, and they weren't Colin, Adam, and Lily. They were different engines, which from a different timeline. And I'm stuck with the idea. Okay,
I kind of
but it
like
might.
the idea. I kind of like the idea that Victor Tanzik did, where Gordon kind of has feelings for Lily, because to be honest, they're complete opposite characters. Honestly,
I know. Look, let's not go into Victor Tanzik, dude, man, because let's just say he completely reinvented the Thomas fandom.
well, hey,
Where maybe
I like what he did. Like he does very like historically very focused stories.
and to be quite honest, I've said this before now for the last couple of years now. I like to think Victor Tanzik is the pre Reverend W. Awdry series of what we're seeing then, and then we get to the Railway series as we know it, and I will be damned and shocked if he does continue on. If we make it to the TV series, then we know, like, oh, how did it? And then we're going to relive our childhood, how we all first got into it, and where we are today. Like,
But hey, we have to thank Wild Northwester for even coming up. I don't know if Colin, Lily, and Adam were his ideas alone, but we have to give him credit for even coming up with those characters.
they were his OCs to begin with, but they've now become official part of the franchise now. And Railway series, look, if it wasn't for Wild Northwester, the Railway series books would not have come to life in the trans community as we've known today. We know Cam Scott did a good job on them as well because of the details. As me and Cully Fredbear have said before, when we were using trains, we always kept making fun and speaking about the details and what they looked like in the books and TV series, which I always thought was a laugh. I had a lot of fun saying this. But like I said before, Wild Northwester kind of brought them to life in a way. And now we have Victor Tanzik, who's kind of like talking about the pre-Reverend W series and just reinventing the fandom. And how he's done Sodor, in my opinion, is how I'd like to vision Sodor for now. Whereas, in a way, my version of Sodor is a complete hybrid of TVS and Railway series with some slice of CGI, but not completely
That
CGI
that
related.
that's actually what I'm thinking of doing, and also I'm adding my own stuff to it. Like I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but I'm gonna go with it. I plan to give Sodor an underground railway.
That would be funny and hilarious to see that.
It is mainly inspired with the London Metropolitan Railway, because I'm like, why? What if because think about it, Sodor has a miniature railway, Sodor has a mountain railway, so why not an underground railway? And you just tick all the boxes.
Yeah, where there's there's a difference in my head canon. That doesn't even exist. The Coley Fells doesn't exist in mine because I'm not really a big fan of mountain railways. No
Is
pun
it because
intended.
is it because of that it was like a one-off book and they were never mentioned again?
No, it's just I just wasn't really into it, to be honest.
Actually, I do plan to make a video where I kind of go into like Godred's final moments, like not before his crash. I mean, like before he is scrapped. Like he has a little conversation
Yeah,
with Coldy, but where Coldy's like, "So Godred, you got what you wished. Are you happy?" And like Godred only says like, "I'm sorry," and that's like the last time he ever speaks to Coldy or frankly anyone.
yeah, I get you. Where in my version, the whole Cody Fell doesn't even exist. As much as I'd like to say Rex, Mike, and Bert are good engines, however, though, in spoiler alert, they do last for a good long time, even into the modern time that we're in now. But because of the fact I'm such a big mid-Sodor Railway mark, I actually planned it a long time ago to bring it back. Like Duke gets his old home back.
So in this new timeline, is it just Duke or like? Well, okay, take out Peter Sam and Sir Handel because they're on the Scarlet Railway. So do you mean like other engines like Albert, Jim, Jerry, John, is the other one? Jennings. Do they come back to the Mid Sodor, or are they all
Well,
scrapped at this point?
Well, keep in mind, Albert's been dead forever.
Oh yeah, that is true. If you go,
Either he got blown up in the mines, as we saw in Thunder Productions' Ghost, or he ran out of water and got scrapped. Either way.
well, you do know that his actual version is basically like a red, like, I don't even know what to call his engine, because you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, it's like the
Yeah.
Audi model of him, like the third model of 3, like the one that I plan to use for him. I just don't know what kind of class that engine is.
Well, I like to still think he's related to Falcon still.
You're still referring to him as Falcon?
No, I mean, well, keep in mind that's what Sir Handel was named in his youth day. Remember?
Yeah, I remember. Now
I'm just saying,
here's a
as
good
canon.
question. Here's a good question. So, who comes to the Mid Sodor? Stanley
Well-
or Smudger in your universe?
Stanley's already been dead. Or is already dead. He was already gone. And
Okay,
Smudger,
so I guess Smudger does come.
Smudger, well, let's just say in my head canon, he definitely went through a lot. He definitely went through a lot.
Are you gonna go with the whole thing that he turned into Bertram?
I'd like to think that, but lately I've been thinking in time for the last several years, even before the whole Search of Smudger was a freaking good film, I like to think Bertram and Smudger were two different people. But I'd like the idea but here's the idea in my version. I'd like to think that Bertram and Smudger kind of know one another, because in my version, Smudger was turned into a generator. He was still there when the whole thing was closed. He was salvaged. He was taken and he got rebuilt into that brown tank engine of Bertram without his tender. That's what became.
I'm kind of going off with the idea that Smudger came to the Mid Sodor before Stanley, and that in this
True.
timeline, Smudger is sold to Belgium and turns into Bertram, and then he goes to a whole bunch of stuff in World War One, then comes back to Sodor and works on a mining railway for a couple of years, but two certain steam locomotives who, if you watch the TV series, you might know.
Well, Smudger came in at the last moment. He would be the last number 2 locomotive. Smudger had already been, Stanley had already been removed away or wherever it was. And, as you know, he came back and then eventually he was gone again. We don't know. And he was gone again. And the thing with Smudger afterwards is remained a mystery. But we know for a fact he survives. And then all of a sudden, what do you know? He comes back and he's actually a survivor, and he gets rebuilt back into his old form. But there's a difference.
But does he change personality-wise? That's the real question.
Look, man, ever since he got turned into a generator, Smudger definitely ditched and changed over time. Even the war changed his personality. He was no longer that, he was no longer that rail gangster dude as we know as he is. Although
gangster.
He was, he was always, he had that swaggy attitude, man, And let's just say, when he got reunited with Duke, let's just say old habits do die hard. He did kind of regain his old personality, but it was done for taking the piss. Because he's a good lad.
He's basically a better version of Stanley, because Stanley, Stanley, as far as we know, never changed, even after he turned into the steam generator, then drowned to death in the mines. But in Smudger's case, he actually did kind of reformat himself.
Well, with the war can change you. And think about it, Stanley served in the war, and of course he would have seen trouble things with all the stuff that would make him as he was, so he kind of wasn't as villain as you think he is. Again, he was an American after all. But either way, so guys, I'm just going to be back in a second. You guys can talk with one if you need to. But just keep in mind, guys, like I said, I was just going to say was spoiler alert, because we did the whole 75th anniversary at the time, or was it the 70th anniversary or whatever it was with Thomas and Friends at the time. There was a hint that Smudger got rebuilt back into his form, but he regains his Railway Series green livery, much more darker, kind of dark emerald instead of the TVS one. And that's how Smudger's been since.
Oh, okay.
But he's still called, he's still, he only does it just to wind Duke up and just take the mickey and whatever. But he's still a good lad. But he has a bit of an attitude still, but he's not like negative. He does have some bits here and there. Like I said, there are some old habits that do sometimes die hard.
Ah, okay.
He's not the way as he was, as you know, like rudeness. He just does it just to have a bit of a laugh. Like he'd be like this. He'd be like, just chill, Duke. I was only just playing, man. That's all. Not like to do it to insult him.
For some reason, I really want to do a story with Duncan and Duke. That would be hilarious.
Don't worry, guys. I'm still here. I'm just next door.
Right.
I just thought I might be on round about 2:30, mightn't I? Because remember, I've got 2 minutes and Naples tomorrow.
That's not Tuesday. Yeah, I
Oh, that's Tuesday tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah. Apologize if you can hear additional voices. That's my nan talking in the background.
All right, that's fine.
Sorry about that, Nan. My wife can hear you in the background, so it's all right. It's all right. It happens a lot. On my stream, it's fine. You just never hear it. All right. Okay, guys, I'm back.
All right.
As I would have just said was, Duke would have been back on the newly reformed Mid-Sodor Railway. You know, at the time, the new Mid-Sodor Railway would have just ran from where Arsdale would have been all the way up to
I don't know if you know about this, but
towards
in
Bridge.
the extended railway series, they have a Mid-Sodor Heritage Railway, which will be honestly kind of like is actually kind of a good idea, because if I'm correct, only half of the Mid-Sodor Railway was ever like reopened.
That's what I mean. It's only the Mountain Road route that was closed,
That actually kind of makes kind of sense.
and it goes from the original Arsdale version. Whereas in my version, it would have that still kind of was what the cameo idea was, like, you know, opening up where the sheds would have been, and then the two engines would have met up with the two roads, where they would have had an extension where, you know, Rex
Actually, in my original headcanon, there was going to be a branch line built there, and the engine who was going to run it was New York Central 999. But then I'm like, no, too tall of an engine, standard gauge doesn't work. I'm going to change it.
Look, man, like I said, it would have worked apparently in mine, like the whole thing together with Rex, Mike, and Bert and the other engines working, and they would meet Duke on there because he would have been the only one doing it at the time with some extra Mid-Sodor rolling stock, and then eventually they would start getting some, you know, they would start off with the whole passenger touring trade, and then eventually the mine where Stanley would have been, which would have been the only mine up there still that would have been active, they would start eventually collecting slate and whatnot, and then eventually, you know, let's just say they would eventually start to expand a bit with the fleet, and that's where I said about new engines. And as for
Yeah.
joining Duke, let's just say a certain engine in the Search for Smudger would make a return. Crimson.
Oh, that's an actually. I think Crimson's actually. I don't even know what the heck his basis is, but I'm pretty sure that he's actually inspired by. I don't know he was inspired by, but I think he's actually kind of like Albert, like Audrey's version of Albert, where he's a red engine. Because
Well,
if you look
actually,
if you look at them, they have very similar designs.
he's not quite related that way if you look about it. But Crimson himself, well, that's his nickname because he actually had a different name in my head
Well,
canon.
my name is Crimson. Like the color. Isn't it obvious?
Is it obvious? Yes, that's the very same Crimson I'm talking about. Yes, he becomes the new number 2 of the new Mid Sodor, and he's very good with Duke.
Didn't you do like an entire DeviantArts like movie about him?
That's correct. I was just going to share screen on that to show you who I was referring to. That's
Now,
right.
who? Now, if I'm correct, there is another character in that series that I actually kind of liked, and I forgot her name, but I think she's meant to be Duke's sister or like half sister.
Duchess, yes, everyone knows who she is in the fandom. Yeah, in my
Oh.
listen, in their old head canon, look, Duke and that and everybody else thinks she may have died, but in my head canon, she still survived. But they didn't know. Duke never knew either, and he still wouldn't know to this very day.
So I'm guessing like how Thomas I Edward II Henry III did with Duke's siblings. Duchess is basically Duke's like motherly figure.
Yeah, but she's more like the big sister in a way.
Actually, I
Yeah.
wonder what Duke's reaction would be, since I don't know if you heard about this, but the Festinic Railway is actually building a new Mountaineer locomotive, well, Mountaineer 3. And I wonder how he would feel about it.
I think he'd be very happy with it.
I mean, all we need now is Little Giant.
Indeed.
Oh, I don't mean the double fairly. I mean the Small England locomotive.
Yeah.
Actually, what are your thoughts on that? I don't know if you heard about this, but I think it was like 2 years ago, a character was revealed who was going to appear in season 6, I believe, and that was a double Faraday locomotive named Little Giant. Did you hear about that one?
Yes, I did. It's
How
been
do
a
you
while,
think?
but I
Do you
remember
think
it.
he would have been a good character?
I think it would have been if given the chance.
Because apparently he was meant to be a kind of schizophrenic kind of character, and I'm like,
Oh, whoa. Okay, if it's an engineer who's kind of schizophrenic, I would balk on that badly because that is not a good thing.
well, I can understand why, because that'll be something that'll be very hard to like see and put into a train. But to perfectly honest, like in my universe, Little Giant comes to Sodor after Mighty Mac, and I personally like the idea that, um, okay, I don't know if you know about this, but if you recently watched an Enterprising Engine 93 video where Peter Sam is singing "Don't Break My Stride," I kind of I'm kind of doing a parody of that where Peter Sam's like talking to Little Giant and he's like singing the song, and I'm like, I don't know, this is stupid as I'm thinking it in my head, but I'm like, he's like singing it like to like go on your normal business because nobody's gonna break your stride, and like the two of them are like singing the song, and I'm like, oh my god, that's like the funniest thing I've ever thought of.
I know. I do think it is quite funny. I do think it is.
It's because that I feel like Peter Sam is the most jovial engine of the entire Scarlotti Railway fleet, other than probably Ivo Hugh and Luke. But I'm like, hey, it's not. It would be nice to just have them like go on a happy little adventure with Peter Sam.
Well, to be quite honest, I will admit Peter Sam was among my favorite. He was among my favorite in the early days when I was watching season 4. I did think I liked Peter Sam, and I still
Here's-
and I at the time when I saw him, I think he was. And knowing he was bigger, I felt he was the strongest, if not the quickest, because he looked more like an express locomotive.
Really?
As well. At the time,
Really?
yeah, I
You
liked
think-
him. He was
you
still one of
think
my
that?
favorite. I thought he was because he was that bloody big, you know. I mean,
Because Sir Handel was meant to be the Express Engine Minnesota Railway. I mean, I don't really see it because unless you're in America, I do not think of like British locomotives as express narrow gauge locomotives as express engines. No, no offense, but to be honest, Sir Handel was like, "You're an express engine, really? I don't really trust you, Sir Handel."
Yeah, well, I know Sandal is, but at the time, I really thought, you know, as a little kid growing up, because that was just my mind process back in the day.
Actually, quick question: who exists in your timeline, Ivo Hugh or Fearless Freddy?
They both don't.
Oh, so so there's no number 7, or is that taken over by Bertram?
Look, man, my version is very different. It doesn't completely follow the actual timelining. Bertram is still hanging around. Like I said before, he does exist still.
So
He just
neither
hasn't.
Ivo Hugh or Fearless Freddy exist.
No, they're both good, but it's just the fact is that I don't know. They just don't seem to fit in my universe. That's just me. And
Well,
the same.
in my universe, they both exist, and I kind of want to do a story with them together. But I kind of feel like I feel okay. Do you agree with the whole thing that Fearless Freddy was originally part of the Mid Soda Railway?
A part of me likes to think he would because I think he would have fit in there quite nicely. I
I
could see
mean,
him as I could see him as
doesn't
one.
his like class run on the Festina Railway, or is it another railway?
Hmm. I will admit though, Fierce Freddy definitely was one of my favorites. I won't admit like he's like a likable like favorite, but I did like his style, his characteristic of who he was, being a fearless character, and he looked like a type of engine you could just instantly get along with. That's how I describe
I kind of wish Christopher Audrey did like a whole book dedicated to Ivo Hugh, because I really wanted to see a story. I really want to see a story where we delve into his overall character.
Well, at least we got the trans community to thank for that.
Oh yeah, how do you think everyone feels about Boko nowadays?
Oh my lord! And yes, and Boko still is in my version. He has never been like quote unquote retired. Although I would like to do a story where he was taking it as display, but he was brought back
Does
after so long.
Paxman appear in your series?
Oh Jesus Christ! All the deals.
By Paxman, I mean Derek.
Oh man, that's it. What I do know for a fact the Works Diesel himself appears. Uh, as in Paxton, I was referring to the guy, the Diesel who looks like Diesel. That
Yeah,
Paxton.
there was a character named Paxman who was basically Derek, but I'm like, you know what? Derek's a nice character. He can appear because,
Derek in my
he's
version.
appear in every series nowadays.
Look, Derek in mine is a hit and miss character. He basically comes from the mainland and whatnot, but he's not part of the railway. I mean, he was good, but yeah, again, I can't quite see him in mine completely. He's more
Also,
TBS related.
fun fact: in my universe, both D199 and D261 come back to Sodor.
AKA Bear himself.
Bear's on Sodor from begin with, because I like Bear, but I feel like there
Oh,
needs to be a redemption story between him and D199 or Spam Can, whatever you want to name him.
he's
That's
still
just
called he's still called Spam Cam, but oh my dear God. I mean, I like the idea of the whole redemption we've been beaten to because Thomas Wyatt 23 had beaten us to it. Like Spam Cam found redemption, Diesel became a redeemable engine, which in my as much as I'd like to say it, as much as I'd like to keep Diesel as a bad guy, I just feel like nowadays when we see all the characters who've gone through so much redemptions in their characters, like we've seen it with Diesel a couple of times now, we've seen it recently with Victor Tanzix, and we saw it in NWR. What was it in Thomas Wayne 23 did the whole thing, and we saw it with Wild Nor'Wester, except Diesel got a full name.
What about
Uh,
Splotch? Do they appear in your series?
oh, don't get me started on those guys. Splitter and Dodge and Diesel 10's gang. Oh God Almighty! I
Okay,
don't
then
want to go. I don't want to go
they
batshit crazy. Even Lady still exists, except she's not in her Magic Railway form. She's in that one that Cam's got in. As we saw
actually.
in as
Do
a.
you want to hear something a bit weird that a lot of people are gonna hate me for this?
Oh boy, let's get it over with.
In my universe, on a part of Sodor is the Indian Valley Railroad, aka the railroad that was featured in Shining Time and Thomas and the Magic Railroad. I know it sounds incredibly stupid, but one of the engines, the Rainbow Sun, is not Norfolk and Western 475 because that's a completely different character. in my universe, there was a spare Union Pacific FEF-3 built, numbered 8444. And
The
yes, I know that.
original.
Yes, and now she became the Rainbow Sun on the Indian Valley Railroad. And okay, in my head canon, the Indian Valley Railroad existed on Sodor even before the NWR was built. It just nobody really thought about it. Like, oh, that railroads will never be prosperous. Like that, like we won't support it. But in World War II, that's when the railroad like really flourished.
Hang on, I know this so well here. I'm just going to share this for example, just for a bit of a laugh. I'm getting this odd sense of deja vu here. Hang on. Let me just do this before I start sharing my screen.
I know it sounds incredibly stupid of an idea. But I just really like the idea of an American railroad on Sodor.
I think it's hilariously funny.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Conductor does exist. I'm just trying to figure out which version.
Would it be that? Am I getting an odd sense that this is what you were thinking of? Okay, let me just hit my share screen, guys. Again, sorry if we kept you quiet, Curly Freddy Bear Man. Honestly.
What?
Sorry we kept you quiet for a long while before we put you to sleep by accident.
No, it's fine.
Here we go. I'm just going to do this quickly.
It's just if it's been like,
really tiring.
No, I've just, if it was back then, I would have been much more interested in the conversation, but it's just I've quit the fandom. And it's not like meant to be rude to you guys. It's just
fine, man. Here we are. Is this what you're referring to?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm referring to. It's just that it's on a different part of Sodor that's rarely visited by the British engines, but they do a visit from time to time.
I was thinking, is this what you were referring to? I was like, this is the only close thing I've ever seen ever happening.
Bless you. But would it be a good idea?
I think it would. If Shine Time had a reboot, this would be the only time to do it. And
actually, here's the funny thing. And there's in my series, there's a line that goes to Vickerstown to Big City. Now, if you remember, Big City's meant to be Harrisburg, PA, aka the town that Lee's meant to live in in Thomas and Magic Railroad. In my universe, that is the home of Big City Port.
I'd like that too.
It's just that in my universe, there's like an American community on Sodor, and that's where they're mostly at.
I'd like that too. That sounds pretty awesome.
To be honest, I've only seen one of the actual Indian Valley locomotives in real life, and that is if you go by the OG logic, 611.
Oh man, let's not go into American railroading, dudes. Anyways, we've gotten off topic a lot, but anyways, I was just trying to get back to the whole idea of Timothy's rebooting charactering. As I said before, Timothy did find a couple of romances, and his first one was ironically the half engine, because the more she was broken and everything else, the more he felt he had feelings for the loco, and she was trying to confess it to her, whatever, and the more they spent, the better he felt.
I like that idea. Timothy finding love. That's actually a really good idea.
That was his first. He never brings it up later in life, but he will admit. But anyways, because it worked, but then after that, because in my account, as much as I don't like the idea of others being killed off, spoiler alert: the half engine survived somewhat.
Oh dear.
She avoided the Fat Controller didn't really want to scrap her. He just took away for her own well-being, so that she could get help. And let's just say this really had an effect on Timothy a lot. Because the whole problems he was going to go through at this point, and he was clearly being mocked for hanging around. But the half engine, they were calling him like, they were saying things that I wouldn't want to say because it really would be offensive. And it just got to the point where they had to part ways, and Timothy was very upset about it,
In your universe, did Timothy ever work at a harbor, like what the actual E2s eventually did?
Like in Southampton or at Knapford Harbor? Yeah, Timothy was a lot. Actually, during this time construction, he would be seen around.
That's what happened in my timeline.
Oh, that makes sense, because here's the funny thing. In my timeline, in 1912, Timothy worked at Southampton. You might get the reference. And in 1915, Thomas worked at Liverpool. If you get the reference.
My
And
timeline is
I've actually been at Liverpool, actually, to be honest.
Oh,
I
so you've been.
timeline is very unaccording to real life. I've said like that other companies like the what was it? I think it's called the what was the company that made Gordon's type?
London and
Doncaster,
Northeastern.
Yeah, that company.
the LNER.
Other companies they tried to buy the E2s and they like there was a lot of stuff that was really inaccurate. Um
Actually, the reason I did the whole Liverpool thing for Thomas is because I was inspired by your story of Thomas being friends with the Lusitania. Because I'm like, wait,
Oh, I get you now.
Liverpool would actually be a general place for Thomas to work because because they were harbor engines.
I get the idea. I like that.
Now,
Makes
in
sense.
Timothy's case, he worked at Southampton from 1911 to 1912 and left there in May after you know what happened, and he
Mhm.
actually came to the Kirk Ronan branch in 1912, like just like how you did in your timeline, your original timeline.
That was in yeah.
It's
That's
just that I
really
feel
awesome.
like since Thomas met Lusitania, maybe
Yeah, I like the idea.
that will because I don't know how I don't know how Thomas would be best friends with a freaking ocean liner, but I guess that would somehow work.
An old friend of mine, let's just say a friend of mine who likes ocean liners was doing his own, like I was trying to do my own retake of it, and then it would be like, you know, like how it would have been in the retelling, and I thought that would be quite nice.
Though to
You
be
know?
honest, thinking of it, it would mean that that Timothy and Thomas would have been technically rivals because Liverpool was Cunard and Southampton was White Star Line. So, and honestly, that kind of fits with Timothy because he is generally white. If you think about it, his white color on the for White Star Line. So I don't want to think about it as that, but you can technically say that Timothy and Thomas were kind of like business rivals in a way.
Yeah, but they didn't want to put each other out of business. Except here's the thing: Liverpool was actually the home port registry of the White Star Line as well, so it wasn't just Cunard either.
That explains RMS Titanic's Liverpool signature, despite the fact that it was never designated at, it was never at Liverpool at any point of its very, 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 very short life. But I can understand. Kind of understand that, honestly.
Well, the fact is that was the home port registry of the White Star Line. You know, any
Actually,
cases.
what do you think of the idea of Timothy working at harbors? Because that was really the E2's job for most of
Well,
their entire
as,
life.
well, as you know, in the whole thing, where since Timothy got built, he was doing shunting work anywhere he was assigned to, and most times he was at harbors. As apparently, we just never mentioned it. That's what he did a lot. He would shunt. He would take a couple of passenger trains if he could do it. You know.
Actually, quick question: Does Rosie? Here's a two-part question. Does Rosie exist in your timeline? And if
Wow. That was going to be pretty funny. I would love to say the idea that, yeah, Rosie still exists in my timeline. She's an NWR TVS style, regardless. Same
because
thing with
don't you know
same,
that
it's the same thing with Emily.
Rosie's
Same
class
with
replaced
Molly.
Thomas and Timothy's class?
Well, here's the thing: Rosie, I don't think even knew who Timothy was because she wouldn't have been around at that point.
Oh yeah, of course. But then again, she would have seen at least one E2 in her life.
Oh, definitely, but it's not what because Timothy did actually Timothy didn't get to meet the second batch. Well, because you know, but Thomas knew.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Imagine if Timothy and Thomas are talking, and then they see Rosie in a sighting, and then Thomas just randomly says, "Oh, that's Rosie. Her class actually replaced our class at Southampton." How would Timothy feel about the whole situation? Then again, I don't think Thomas would mention that entire part, but that's
No,
just.
that is true.
I mean, it's just like how I really don't get this, but apparently people are shipping Toby and Mavis together, despite the fact that Mavis's class literally replaced Toby's class.
Look, let's
Which,
not go into the whole shipping thing because that can really tick people off. All I will say is right now is that in my thing is that we all saw how Thomas was with Rosie when she first arrived, and it didn't work too well.
well,
And
technically, we never really saw Rosie's literal arrival on Sodor. Like we're supposed to like see her as, oh, hey, that's Rosie, but then we're like, when did she arrive on Sodor?
well, if you think about it, I like the official, I like to think the actual canon of it would have been from NWI 1991 in his when he introduces Rose into the timeline, which to me made perfect sense compared to the whole birthday delivery story. So I like to think that's kind of the canon. So again, the Thomas community of the legends of the community helped me with the idea of like, okay, that's how it was, except it still happened in the railway version, different timeline. That's just how it was. Except
Now,
in my version, but in the timeline wise, Timothy had not yet been mentioned. He had not been mentioned until around, as we said before, like in my original timeline, like nearly 100 years later. Or something.
quick
You said-
question. Just like how Thomas's line is the Farquhar branch, and since you really like associated the Kirk Ronan with Timothy, does Timothy work at Kirk Ronan?
Well, as you saw in the original timelining in Kurt Roman and in the 311 film briefly, let's just say Timothy's old home got restored, and it was, and of course, in that timeline before the whole reboot happened, Lily and Iris got to run it because it was both a steam and diesel branch, and they
But
were the only ones.
when Timothy gets like reborn, I guess you would say in your timeline, would he work at Kirk Ronan?
Well, just to correct you, spoiler alert, Timothy did. Well, look, I'm trying to get the whole rebuilt here with you. Timothy in this
Oh wait,
one,
no, he didn't. He did survive, right? It's just that he
barely,
wasn't.
he just about, he was that close to death in the accident. Okay, it's just like in the movie, but not as bad as you think it is because Timothy was said to be dead. In my new canon, as you can see in the imagery, is Thomas is told the truth, is told about the accident, except that the first Sir Topham Hatt didn't tell him the truth. He didn't. He believed he was dead too. It's only until many, many, many decades later on that where that viaduct was, where Timothy fell, he was still alive. He was just in a coma. As soon as he woke up, his body was was pretty much, that recognizable. His body needed a rebuild badly. His smoke box was still there. He
Does he
survived.
get the same rebuild that Thomas got, like the straightened E2 book,
No,
E2
no.
and stuff?
No.
my
I'm
my
not really.
timeline for how Timothy became what he became was pretty different.
No, in my version, Thomas has always been prior to his come to breakfast thing because I was never a big fan of the straight and running boards, to be quite honest. Or as they say, the E2, as they say, the Thomas and TVS MK2. I prefer him using his original
Oh, that makes sense.
because that's just Thomas. Again, I'd like to change the histories a little bit. Like in the book, yes, in the book, Thomas had the accident, but in reality, he never got rebuilt into his MK2 form.
So basically, it's just like how the actual Thomas Comes to Breakfast episode. It's just that he was just repaired, not rebuilt, technically.
Yeah, that's correct. And of course, with the whole problem with his, and of course, the whole thing with his regulator that they all suffered from, like in the original, that too was also a problem that was solved as well. So technically, Thomas did have a new cab done, have a new repaint job. But Timothy, on the other hand, let's just say again, like I said before, he was found. We don't know what timeline he was found, but he was recovered and he was taken in secret to be rebuilt completely from the ground up.
Actually, in my series, I plan to do an episode called "The Untold Story of Timothy," which is meant to be a follow-up story to Woolly Bear. Like in Ghost Train, we didn't even know what the story was. It was just an engine that crashed. In Woolly
That's
Bear,
right.
we don't hear the story. But in the Untold Story of Timothy, and also kind of like Tesla's 22 version, Percy outright says says the story, and then maybe like. I don't want to say it's Edward because it's a bit too much copying, but I would say an engine would say, no, that actually really did happen. And this is the
Yeah.
actual thing that happened. Because I feel like we should have gotten a story like in the RWS or something that was a follow up to Ghost Train where we actually knew what in fact the ghost story was.
That's kind of like what I was trying to do. Except I was thinking like, no, was a real and whatever. So yeah, you make a good point. At the time, though, nearly 10 years ago, I wouldn't have thought of that at the time.
Actually, have you heard of the Ghost Train of the Gap?
Dude, I was just recently watching that last night.
I personally like that idea, but I would say that was the
It
Great Crash
works.
of 1913. Timothy's was the Great Crash of 1914.
Yeah, except in my new recount, it's going to be the crash of 1915 or in between 1914 and 15, somewhere in that time period during
So
the
since,
war.
so since Timothy's crash in your timeline is 1915, I'm guessing this happens right before Thomas comes to Sodor.
Yeah, it would make sense for like, he was like Timothy was doing the original thing, helping out with the family, and Thomas would arrive to help out, because of the whole confusion that was going to happen, like we saw in the mix up. And of course, the confusion because, again, during wartime. And originally, Thomas and Timothy would have reunited and worked together. They would have in the timeline because that's what was going to happen.
Guys, if you'll excuse me, I have to do something really quick with my saxophone. So I'm just
That's all right.
give me a couple minutes. I'll be back. Oh, by the way, is it okay if I call you Glenn?
That's all right. I reply by any name.
Do you think that we can call later? Maybe like discuss plans for the videos.
Well, if we had a new vids and everything, yeah, we might see what we'll think about what's happened because I won't be up for very long as much now because my parents will be coming back from Croatia because they've been away for a week at a wedding. So yeah, I'm really, really busy with a lot of stuff, but I will try my best and see what will happen. But I just don't want to have any issues regarding the whole, you know. If you want to preserve them somewhere, just let me know.
Preserve?
But you know what I mean. Like what I could do is actually, oh god, this is gonna be tough, man. Just trying to think now. Because in the new timeline, I've got this whole thing with Timothy and whatnot. Like he did survive, only just. But the only difference is Thomas doesn't even know he did live. Nobody knew at the time, And when he is revealed, Timothy does briefly work on the Kurt Roman because, again, for trial reasons, to get really familiar with his old surroundings. Because that crash he has nearly wiped out his entire memory of all the bad things he suffered, but all the good memories he remembered are still there. But he still
Does
has
the Elfin Pillar exist in this new timeline?
in this new timeline, everything that we're saying is true. And eventually,
It's not the only thing that doesn't happen is the ghost part. So everything else happens.
yeah, the ghost train thing, yeah, blah yada yada, as we all think it is. But Timothy's like, that's what you want to think. That wasn't. He likes to think it is, but I'm no ghost. I'm still here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wait, hang on. Since Timothy does live, do you plan to do a story where he meets, if this character does exist, the China Clay Pits Timothy?
No, God, I don't want that confusion to happen again, man.
Well, here's okay. Technically, that already happened, and so does Legend of the Lost trailer. Despite the fact how much I hate that film, we had there can't be two Olivers. Yes, there can.
It's just the fact is, I love the idea to think that wasn't me, Thomas, even though that engine bared my name. Yeah, someone took the Mickey on it once back in the old YouTube days. Had the Mickey like that's what Timothy looked like, or someone did it once, and which was so funny. I was like, I got ya. That was a good prank. But at the same time, I was thinking, like those two ever met, that would be quite funny. Someone did try that once on DA. But any cases, when Timothy does come back, he does say like there was a ghost train that did have a similar accent to my very own. It did run your line, but that wasn't me. And that's kind of like where, the whole thing with Percy's ghost, which I'm trying to do a rewrite on. Let's just say it wasn't Thomas's class. There would have been somebody else who had that same thing. So yeah, let's just say Percy's own story does come to bite him in the tender. I mean, in the
Oh
bug.
no, I think I know where this is going.
And it was somebody who Timothy did know. And no, it wasn't his romance either. It was someone, again, it was somebody like Percy.
Is it a
wasn't
saddle
someone-
tank engine?
Yep, it was someone
Well,
Timothy
Percy's
knew.
gonna get a bad family reunion.
But the problem was, though, let's just say it was something that unfortunately Timothy knew, but someone who Percy may have forgotten about. And
Yeah.
then, but listen, but again, after the whole thing with the half engine and the separation that she and Timothy would have had, let's just say our number 0 eventually continued as he did, but it didn't take him too long to find his second lover, who I might let you know was inseparable to him, who she idolized a lot, and technically
Is this character an actual Thomas and Friends character?
This is in my new canon, okay? And she's older than him, and she's older than Timothy, just by a few years.
Okay, because I remember somebody doing a story with Timothy and Emily.
That's not like that at all. And she knows who Timothy was, and she was very good with him, and she fell for him almost at first sight. Timothy didn't.
Actually, would you like to know a bit of history behind a certain character in my series who's kind of influenced by Timothy, but not in a way that you might expect?
I will afterwards. Let me just finish with this. After this is done, afterwards, the whole thing happens after with the whole financial probleming, and then the old controller who was there on Kurt Roman was there on the Sodal thing, and yada 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 and whatnot. And then they're gonna try and make an escape to get out because Timothy didn't want to be on Sodal anymore. He really wanted to get back to see his brother,
Yeah.
And the old controller's son was going to plan to bring them back to take him out, so that what's her name, who hasn't got a name just yet, would also come with him. And then it just gets dark from there, and the two get separated. And this is kind of where it's not like a Romeo and Juliet type of storytelling, but this is the bit where it gets a bit gruesome. Then Timothy's fully led to believe that his new lover got murdered, almost.
Jesus.
Almost. He's led to believe. And that's when he became, as we saw in the movie, dark, depressed, and everything else. And he was going to attempt it. Like, ironically enough, he knows what he's going to do. But then he came to his senses and he realized that the controller is planning to do this. He's planning to try and have him killed off. Obviously, it backfires on him, but Timothy does survive only just. But where does his lover go? That remains a mystery.
Timothy should be glad that Railgate does not exist in real life.
Well, I did mention that once in my Thomas and Batman crossover as a laugh.
Because if Railgate does exist, then technically Timothy should be going in for murder. I'm just saying.
Well, in my version, Railgate, I could say was planned, but didn't come to fruition as much because, again, Victor Tanzik's Sodal is just brilliant. I can't ignore the fact that I wish.
I like to point out, I feel sorry for Timothy's crew. Like, they probably had no part in this overall plan, but they just became victims in this whole suicidal accident.
Actually, in a way, again, in the new timeline, they managed to they got out of there just in time.
So, wait, if you know about this, if you remember, Diesel D199 did a Timothy version, and in that version, he blankly says that Timothy was actually an early version of the E2s without the extended side tanks. I like that that was a cool detail.
And again, it was thanks to him that got the idea. I was like, all right, now I know what Timothy was supposed to be like. Again, most of those guys don't realize they're helping me out with my backstory of Timothy. Like,
you actually kind of helped me out with the whole ghost story part of him too.
I know. Again, D199 was another reason why, I think he was doing it not to take the piss on me, but I like the idea of what he was saying over the original, and that's kind of how it shifted for me. I was like, okay, now I know what I need to do to separate Timothy and Thomas instead of them being almost looking identical.
Because in my universe, there's a character that is worse than Timothy, and he's a ghost. That he says that his actions were the result of Timothy's own actions, and like he's saying, like this engine ruined my life, so I'll be ruining the lives of others. And I'm like, yeah, that's actually a very good idea.
But like I said, the whole thing happens then and whatnot, and Timothy was recovered, but I think at that point, I'm not so sure how this is going to play out, but they were recovered afterwards. Thomas would have been there at that time, but when they got to the viaduct, Timothy was just being recovered, and there was like, Thomas should not see this. Get him out of here. And so
That's basically how I'm doing with Cheetah, with Edward's long lost brother.
Except Edward didn't see this. Edward wasn't there during the recovery just yet.
Yeah,
it's one of the other engines. One of the other engines who knew him, like I think either Winston or one of the Boxy engines or whatnot. They knew him eventually, and they got him out of there just in time. It was again just before Thomas got there. It was just before Thomas got there. What else was there? Oh yeah. But as you know, afterwards, we do eventually in time get to know who is the lover of Timothy, who I can thankfully tell you is still alive.
Is she based off an actual class?
She's basically one of Percy's siblings.
Okay. Oh my lord.
And she's older than Percy as well. Again, she's older than Timothy just by a few years, but she's definitely younger. But she's definitely younger than Percy. Let me tell you that much. That's
basically. I can see that, but I'm like, oh, she's probably just like a Victorian tender engine. Nope. I had this idea that she was going to be like some kind of like really old Caledonian engine, like a Victorian style tender express engine. But I'm like, a Percy sibling. Oh boy.
Well, like I said before, I wasn't sure about giving Timothy a tender engine, a bigger tender engine to fall in love with. But oh my lord, I just felt like tank engine lovers kind of work a bit better. I think, and of course, again, it would promote Thomas later on in life himself.
Like I don't know if you've. I bet you've heard of Quentin's Hill, right? The Quentin's Hill disaster.
I've heard about that, but it's not going to be like that at all.
But you know, like the engines involved in the crash were like Caledonian engines, right? I was expecting like one of them to be not one of them literally, but I'm saying like a member of their class being Timothy's lover, because that's what I was thinking of. Because I was thinking it has to be an engine who was old, who was just as old as Timothy. So I'm guessing Victorian styled engine. Like Sonny from Tom's Friends, like Sonny. It has to be an engine like him. Like it has to be a Victorian style engine.
Well, like I said before, in the youth time, Timothy was kind of like I said, he was old, but he still had that gentleman's attitude as well. So he was quite popular around some other female engines who were around him at the time.
He was basically like Edward.
Yeah, he was basically like Edward, but like I said, he was quite captivated with the female engines as well. Again, always willing to help and whatnot,
Yeah.
So he was kind of, I wouldn't say he was quite the ladies' man, but he definitely had that kind of, positive thing that women find in men, apparently.
I feel like he and Glenn would get along very well together.
And yes, as you did see in my old canon, Glenn and Timothy did meet up in the timeline, and yes, they did know each other, but they didn't know each other not too well. Honestly. They didn't know each other quite well, but they not like the way how Thomas and Glenn would be like many years later, but they did know each other, just not too well. They weren't as close, but they did know each other.
Does Timothy know about the whole like things about, oh, your class was absolutely terrible? I mean, your class couldn't even pull a passenger train. Does he know about that? And what is his overall feelings about that?
Timothy's not like that at all. He wouldn't say anything rude or whatever.
Yeah, I know, but what would people think? What would he think if people saw his class in a dark way?
Oh, it would definitely not be a nice thing. He'd be very. He definitely wouldn't be very good. You would. I wouldn't say he'd be as mean as Alfred, but Jesus Christ, it'd be close.
Oh boy.
But he definitely would think that tank engines would be, just as good as useful than bigger engines because again, he didn't tolerate their big attitude and posturous thing just because we're small doesn't mean we're beneath you guys or whatever. Again, he
Just be glad. Just be glad that Timothy didn't meet 87546 and 98462.
well, let's just say if he had done, I would just say he would have a very fierce rival with them, especially they were picking on. Like I said before, he'll stand up to anybody, even if it's someone he doesn't like. Like if he didn't get along with Gordon and Henry or whatever, because of the inferior of what the big engines were back in the day. Yeah, even he would step in for them. Like he would have
I
stepped in for He would have stepped up towards Henry for being, for being sick and ill, or if Thomas was teasing Gordon, Timothy would step right in there. Like I'm telling you, he'd be acting like a
I
six-wheeled
personally do not
referee.
like how Henry was. Oh yeah, definitely. But I personally do not like how Henry was portrayed as a character who would go with the big engines and stuff. And
Well,
I personally like his season 3 version where he was more of a gentle giant kind of way. Like he loved forests.
Well, that to me, I loved Henry for what he has been over the years, to be quite honest. And just Henry being the way as he was, being with the big engines, just keep in mind he was still young. He was inspirational towards Gordon, and some of his traits rubbed off on him. But he still was a good guy. He was just being as he was, and he
I
just got old.
mean,
I mean, over time, I mean, he gets older over time, and just how he is. And of
I,
course, in the TV series, he's very different to his railway look. But at the same time, it's there. You see
I
the
mean
change in
Henry
character.
Henry is my favorite character out of every single Thomas and Friends character, and here's my personal opinion. I really hate the two Henry.
Look, don't get me started on the two Henrys theory, man, because Henry's my personal favorite too, man. But
Yeah,
I love the two Henrys theory. It's my favorite theory because I do like theories sometimes.
and I
And
respect
when
that.
and the Thomas theory, I really love it. And I have done my first take on the theory before, but I'm going to do two more versions on it. One will be dark, and the other one will be like a what if scenario where
It's
we
just
found
that
out.
I don't see it working, honestly. Like it wouldn't make any sense. Like how would an engine who was built have Henry's memories? That it doesn't make any sense.
It's not that at all because I know how to solve the theory. I mean, in my version, like I said before, Henry did have the crash. He has rebuilt, and he was partially, I do feel like that the crash knocked him out a little bit. Not to mention, he can still remember his past and in a new body. So I feel like his smoke box of his original body was there, and that was just it. He
Here's
just
one
got
thing you have to give credit because Henry's the only actual character you can see in real life with the Black Fives.
yes, indeed. Even though Flying Scotsman's gone under difficulties, he or she, regarding what gender you want to call it, is now close to what Gordon would look like in reality.
Fun fact:
Almost.
the only engine that I've seen in real life who was the basis for a character in Thomas and Friends was Hank.
Yep. A Pennsylvania K4.
Yeah, because I went to the Pennsylvania Railroad. I went to the Railroad Museum, Pennsylvania last year, and I saw the K4 with my very own eyes, and that's like, hey, I just saw my probably only character that I'm going to see who's actually who's actually the basis for a Thomas Friends character.
And not only that, but you'll also notice that Diesel's also a survivor. Many of his classes survived. Even Rebecca's class has survived. So
Even Duck and Oliver.
Duck and Oliver's class, yep, and I think Donald Douglas's class, wherever the closest of them surviving. So it's not all doom and gloom. I mean, there are a couple of other engines who look like Thomas, except they're not E2s. But then again, some of them are the closest. If they have six wheels, and they have a similar E2, then you can just think it's Thomas undergoing multiple forms of himself as if he survived and he can actually shapeshift, just as a
Yeah,
joke. But
yeah,
any
and
case, but any cases, like I said, But the whole thing is, like I said before, Timothy would have been stepping up to any engine back in the day if he had been at the time when the railway had been fully done and all the engines were being on loan. Like he would have just stepped up into anybody. Like I said before, he'd be more like he'd be basically like the Island of Sodor's referee almost.
Yeah. Would
Doesn't want to
he meet
tornado. Oh my
Tornado in your
goodness.
timeline?
Well, judging the fact where we are in today's time, and just to say if we are as we are now, Timothy has long since been back in Sodor since, so he would have done. And he would have met Flying Scotsman, he would have met Rebecca, he would have met Rosie. He would have caught up with time pretty quickly, to be quite honest. Like I said, he would have adapted very, very fast. Like I said, he wouldn't have been lost in the past. Like I said, that when he gets his new body formated compared to some of the original parts have survived, like his smoke box and some parts of his cabin, his wheels and whatever, even his chassis was somewhat pretty much okay.
Is he still an E2 though?
Oh, he's an E2, but much more better. He had a much
So
more.
he's basically like a version of the E2s that was better.
He still had the original old form. Like I said before, when he came back, he still had the extended side tanks. He wasn't as big as he was because he shrunk in size. He was basically from his Railway Series look, and he's basically taken the TVS look of Thomas almost in a way.
So he's a
Again,
baby E2.
No, not that shit.
I'm just going off of what the Unlucky Tug said, okay?
Oh shit, not the baby version. No, he's cut down a size. He's the TBS season 1 Thomas as we know. Again, because I like to keep Thomas in Railway Series form, and then eventually he did have the extended side tanks. But then after that, people kept confusing him for Thomas. Why, as he looks old or whatever. Because when he came back, Timothy didn't get his number back at that point, and they decided to give him a new number. He became NWR 100 instead.
You do know that Timothy is basically the trained version of David Mitton, right?
Maybe Timothy can just say, "I'll have that number in his memory."
No offense, but I don't see any resemblance to David Mitton and Timothy.
Not really, all because of that funny face pack that was done as a joke, and it's become the OC thing from that many people like now. But yeah, I can just pretend Timothy finds out about that once, and he kind of finds it a great joke.
So, in your universe, the TV series does actually exist, doesn't it?
Like I said before, the events in the Railway Series and the TBS kind of ran side by side with each other almost.
Does Misty Island exist?
It kind of like... It's like the Island of Sodor does have that TBS style, but it's spoken in the Railway Series, like in reality. And you get some parts that have have real and some of it is fiction. Like I said before, some of the engines will appear in their Railway Series looks regarding who I want them to be, and you'll have those in their TBS looks.
I can't wait to see what Donald Douglas will look like, because that will be very interesting.
Well, you'll be happy to know that despite the fact you didn't get to see them much in my old canon, let's just say in my version they are definitely in their Railway Series related a lot. And
But
as much
are you going to do the thing where like one of them's in their RWS livery and the other one is just in their normal black livery?
Well, that's the thing. There will be times where they will be swapping out their livery depending on what they want. If there's anything special that goes on, you know what will happen. If they did, like the Railway Series came on, they definitely would have been painted in their in a different livery, kind of to celebrate, depending on what it is.
Okay, that makes sense, because because my series is also a bit of TV series / CGI series / RWS series, and I will keep Donald Douglas blue because I like that for them.
Well, like I said, in my version, they're still painting their Caledonian pre-British Railway-like style in the black livery, but there are times where they will have to be painted blue. And oh, hey there, LMS Production, nice to see you. But as much as I'd like to think that Donald Douglas are good in their dark livery, because of what happened, look, and this is going to be very controversial with what I'm going to say next. Because of what's been going on in the real world lately, and because of what happened in 2020 on Star Wars month, need I remind you, of what happened when the world completely went into self-chaos mode. And just picture Soto in that time frame. Because of what was going on, because of the movement that happened, because of, hate, and sorry about bringing it up, but whose race matters more, if you remember, Michael.
Yeah.
That took the whole internet by storm in the world, and all of us began to fighting of who matters more. And my shit that got into it when I was pissed off about the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just say the Island of Sodor, oh my god, let's just say they took a severe strike on this one, and they were not going to be running as much. Like I said, with the pandemic going on, not many trains could go out, but they weren't as affected as much, and not many died from it. But regarding from the movement, as you know what happened in America, then the whole protesting thing happened. Let's just say the engines of Sodor did not go out at all as much, and there was a lot of, you know what, any of the engines that were painted in the the black livery, like Diesel and Mavis and Donald Douglas, or even Neville for that matter, even though Neville doesn't even exist in my verse, even though he was a cool character, just keep in mind, anyone who was painted in that version, they were said to either change it, to change their style, because they didn't think they want to be associated with that movement.
That makes sense.
Diesel was pissed about it, and he didn't bother. He hated the whole idea. And Mavis, oh my goodness, Mavis couldn't do anything about it. Let's just say for Donald Douglas, they did the smart move, even though they didn't like it. They did the smart move. They decided to go into be painted in MWR blue. That's because Donald Douglas knew what was going to happen, and that was their way of saying, we're not going to be associated with this movement. Like, who really cares about who races matters? Look at me and Donald Douglas, and look at Thomas and Henry. They're different colours. Does it matter about them? Look at Diesel. He's painted in British Railway livery. Does that even matter? Fuck, no, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't at all.
See what I mean? This for me would be, if I ever did do a story regarding the whole thing at that time, which I'm glad I didn't, I would have put Dodd and Douglas as the main characters in there.
And during this whole time, wouldn't Timothy and Edward be like the one enders are like, it'll be bad, but it's not gonna end us? Would they be those two kind of characters? Because I kind of pictured them being like the two characters who would see eye to eye with each other.
Oh, definitely. In the new headcanon, Edward and Timothy definitely got on pretty well. They didn't, like I said before, let's just say Timothy did see a bunch of Edward's class, but he didn't get to see Edward himself until the whole Monday of whatever it was, when he woke up in the workshops or wherever it was he was built in. But yeah, it would. And speaking of which, it was Edward who did bring him into the stores to be mended in secrecy. And Timothy didn't wake up until whatever it was. Okay. But anyways, like I said, during the whole pandemic, Timothy definitely was there. He didn't run as much. Like I said, he was too fearful. He was too in fear of what would happen. Again, being inseparable with his brother, And in this new timeline, he did work on the Kurt Roman for a little bit, again, to get himself re-familiar with himself. Because like I said before, he caught up pretty quickly with the modern era. Like I said, he learned to adapt really well. And eventually, because of what he did afterwards, again, catching up, doing a bit of a station pilot at Knapford and wherever it was, or Bickerstown, wherever he was sent to, he eventually did land himself a full-time job working on Thomas's branch. So he's with his brother a lot more often than he ever has been.
Now, here's a quick question. Do Bloomer and Warrington appear in your universe, and do they ever meet Timothy?
Bloomer does exist. I do like his character. He's probably the rarest of the bunch we've never seen, and he does exist in mine too. And who else did you said?
Warrington.
Who's that one again?
There's the Reverend had a model of an austerity tank engine, and rumor has it that Warrington was meant to be the austerity engine that the NWR later comes and buys. So it wasn't going to be Sheffield. It was going to be Warrington. He's basically blue, just like Wilbert.
I'm not sure about that one.
Because in my universe, he does become part of the Little Western. He's their fifth member, because it's Duck, Oliver, Donald Douglas, and then Warrington.
Not so sure about that one. But Bloomer does exist. There are a couple of other engines that we've seen in the modern Tron universe who might make an appearance, but like I said, in that modern timeline, Emily is still the Emerald engine we all know and love. But I am thinking of her becoming a part of the Wellswood and Sudbury at the time because the original three are still around. Except they're still around, but they're not always together because Lily at that point had still been working on the Kurt Roman with Iris if the original canon had continued. Because at the time, especially when Timothy was around her, he saw her. That was the first one he ever been around with, who he kind of saw as a motherly figure almost. And that's how That's how he described Lily.
Now, here's a quick question: do you plan to do, if you actually do a series, do you plan to do an episode where Timothy meets a certain other Silver engine?
Oh, you mean
Silver Swan, aka Spencer.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I know Spencer's good and all. Again, as much as I don't always like him, he is mentioned on the mainline a lot, but in my head canon, he doesn't always exist.
Because
I like to keep certain characters out of mind, which were a bit too, and he was good. It's just the fact is that not everybody you will see in the TV series or in Railway series are not always going to make it into my universe. I'm only fitting certain characters I like.
Because it's similar to how the story they did with James and Rosie. They were both red characters. It'll be nice to see one where Spencer meets Timothy and they have like a little like going at it. Well, Timothy doesn't really think of it as a rival, but Spencer does think of it as a rival.
What about, and of course, as you know, who's the other one I was referring to? Gosh. What was it again? Oh, I've lost what it was now. I hate it when that happens.
Was it another Silver engine?
No. I can't remember now. Here we go. I don't know if you can see. You can see me, right?
Share screen or something.
Here I am, Shane. Yeah, you can still see, can't you?
Yeah, I can still see.
You can hear me still?
Yeah.
Well, as you can tell, this is what I've been doing recently as a laugh. Oh yeah, Jeffrey, after a long while, he will start to make a cameo soon enough. These are like hints of what I'm doing. Instead of making series, these are kind of like what I'm doing for fun. And of course, there's Brandon, the Canadian ETO, as we all know. Optimus Prime, as we know him as. He's the youngest of the bunch. And he's
the Joker, as I like to call him sometimes, especially that one time where he used me as his profile picture.
Yes, even though that was for a laugh. He didn't mean to, man.
Yeah, I know.
And of course, in my new headcanon, okay, that is the TVS version of that. That is actually when Percy met Timothy. This is actually in the novel version, the original, in the exact same spot where he met him, just like in the book. As you can see,
that's cool.
And as you can tell, if you want to know what Thomas looks like at the moment, he's currently in this form. Like I said, he's been undergoing tremendous transformations. He has TVS, but in this case, at the moment, he's in this form right now, in his 75th anniversary shape, which is like his northwestern version of Audrey's livery of him. But the thing is, he's going to be resorted back to his J50 form because it's obvious that J50 Thomas needs to have some recognition.
Now, I'm guessing that Gordon's one of your favorite characters. I'm guessing
he always has been.
Now, do you plan to do a story where like you delve into the pact that he and Thomas made, because no one has made any kind of story about that?
Listen, to this very day, the quote unquote alliance they had since season 1, if you like to say,
yeah,
that's still existing. What do you think in my version? Thomas has never been teasing Gordon too much, or whatever the case may be. It's because of that alliance that they formed. And let's just say when Timothy finds out about that, he thinks that's really good. He looks at that as he sees that in his view as Thomas's way has matured as a really grown engine. And I'm thinking to myself, that's how we need to be. Because as you can tell in my new headcanon, with my OC being around with myself, he's close to me too. As you can tell, that's what he looks like at the moment, just not with the new 100.
Aren't you? Isn't your OC an A0 or something like that?
Yeah, it's like Gordon is an A0, except I'm a super A0, and I'm much bigger than Gordon, a lot bigger, and I can move faster than Gordon. I mean, I'm just as strong. I'm basically just as strong as any other engine on Sodor.
You're
Heck,
basically going to replace Flying Scotsman as the brother that Gordon hates.
Not really, because in my version, Gordon and Scotsman love each other, except like true brothers, man. I don't like the idea of them hating each other.
Well, I don't think Scotsman hates Gordon. It's just that he just likes to rile him up a little bit.
I know, just to wind him up, having some sense of humor. I agree with that.
Actually, speaking of which, I don't know if you heard this character, but does Flying Thistle exist in your timeline?
You mean the Knight of Thistle?
No, in the magazine story, there's a red version of Gordon.
Oh,
who's named
yeah.
Flying Thistle.
That would have existed, but I don't know if I like to keep the mystery, is he still alive or not? But
In
my
my
character knew who he was.
universe, he was the final member of the A1s to be built. A1 /A3s, whatever you want to name them.
As you can see here, this is technically my new canon almost. And again, that's what Thomas looks like at the moment in my fanfics. Again, a hint of him becoming Reverend W. Ordray's J50s very, very soon. And yes, in my new canon, you can see Gordon has 2 tenders. Again, this is like a TVS Railway Series mix-up.
Does he get smoke deflectors?
Well, it's a hint. This is a hint of what's going to happen to Gordon, except the only thing is I've not had Gordon having smoke deflectors in terms of him in his TVS form just yet. Nobody's done it just yet. If somebody can take the 06 version of Gordon, somebody can just do a mesh fix of him and just put the smoke deflectors on him, then he's ready to go. Then this would be perfect.
In your timeline, does Prince of Wales visit Sodor sometime after his completion?
That's going to be a canon. It will happen, yep. If anybody, I would like to actually see somebody take an 06 model of that and then stick a face pack on him or customize him up. I'd love to see that.
Actually, I don't know if you know about this, but the LNER V4 that was revealed, his name will be Highlander.
Nice. I'm looking forward to seeing the V4 come as well. I'd love to see that. Honest to God. The LNER, I've said this before, the London and North Eastern Railway are making a big-time comeback.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm happy for it because I am despite I'm in Great Western and in LMS territory, I'm a London North Eastern Railway type of guy.
To be actually, over here in the States, Union Pacific 3985 and Union Pacific 5511 will be returning, so that's a plus.
I know. I'm glad for the Americans are doing that. To be quite honest, American Steam have been dominating lately, and I'm glad. This is the only thing I can say about the 2020s. It's a good time to be a steam engine rail fan.
You really think about that, because honestly, I think the British have been dominating when it comes to the steam locomotives.
Yes, it has been, but lately, most engines we've been seeing have been coming back who have been rare, like since 2021. Look at what happened to 1309 herself, the rare metallic steam locomotive that came back, who's been dominating. And then you had the Reading engine, my favorite Reading locomotive, number 2102, who came back. And
I went on her first excursion.
Yeah, like I said before, American
and her
Steam.
sibling 2100, aka Ellis, is coming back soon.
Yes, Ellis. Yes, let's not compare Sam 1's Ellis to the real one. Let's not all get muddled up, okay? Oh Jesus, we don't want to break the fourth wall with the Americans, and of course that series is coming back.
Oh yeah,
which I am so bloody happy to tell. See, man. Anyways, these are more ideas I did in mind. There's a What If Season 1 of Emily, which is freaking hilariously funny. And yes, this is a hint of them actually being a couple again, thanks to Victor Tanzik.
To be honest, I should have seen that coming when watching What's the Matter with Henry, but I couldn't just because of how bad they treated Henry.
No, I liked the whole thing I liked the whole thing with Henry when it was kind of a reference of him being sick again, and then Emily helping out. I thought that was quite cool. In my version, Emily can be shipped with anybody, regardless of who it is. Like I
Mostly
said
Finn
before,
James.
I always felt that she and Thomas were always going to be good, but having her and Henry, that definitely was unique. Especially again, I'm not blaming Victor Tanzik, but it was thanks to him that kind of made me feel like maybe Emily and Henry were meant to be. After all, they do kind of work. To be honest, Victor Tanzik makes anything that does work, where
Pretty
we
much,
can't.
really. Take a look at what he
Well-
did to Lady in Diesel 10, for example.
Oh Jesus Christ! That to me, I'm not going to lie, that to me didn't work. No pun intended. I don't like the idea. I wasn't quite blending into that. But anyways, I'll be surprised if I'd like to say if there's any more romances coming on. I would love to see if Gordon can find anybody who could be find someone that he might know and love. I'll
Like
be
what?
dying.
An LMS engine?
Yeah. Oh Jesus, that would be funny.
Well,
Or
it would make sense because let's say Flying Scotsman and Duchess of Hamilton fall in love. That's basically like saying like two rivals falling in love.
oh my goodness, that would be awesome. Seeing my two fads like that. Those are my two fab engines of the two sides. But I'll admit, I'll be damned if Victor Townsend takes the Mickey again, and if he does make Gordon and Rebecca a couple, that will give the fandom justice. That will, because a lot of people have been shipping those two together, and I do admit, Gordon and Rebecca do kind of match nicely. But at the same time, I do feel the same way for Flying Scotsman and Rebecca because that kind of works. Or even if I hate to admit this, even Rebecca X Henry would have worked.
That I can kind of see that happening.
But like I said, Emily and Henry kind of works more a bit better again, thanks to what Victor Tanzik just did. But if he does it with Gordon and if Rebecca pops in at this point, regardless, I would like it to happen. To be quite honest, I can't find anybody else better than that. As you can tell here, I was also having some fun with the Middleton Thomas era because of Edward, which I do quite like.
Despite the fact everybody seemed to hate him. Not really.
I don't hate him.
Wait, Middleton, is that the one who messed up Henry and made him a entirely different engine of what he was supposed to be, or am I thinking of somebody else?
Yes, the Middleton era was supposed to be, of what basically the vision of what the engines would look like in their very, very early stages, which to me I found very intriguing. I mean, I loved Edward's design. Gordon looks very unique as again, experimental type. Henry, yeah, he was supposed to be an Atlantic, but instead he was built as a 462. Like I said before, but to be quite honest, even though they were very bad, I really admittedly liked the early days. And to be quite honest, I'm really digging the early stuff. Like Thomas is shown as a J50, but he's dressed with the same livery as Edward. But they have like the blue color and the golden strap.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking to myself, that's really cool. And I thought, what if we saw the Middleton engines come to life of Thomas? Their very, very early looks come to life in the Trains game in 06 form. And this is again in for my new can I was hoping for the 80th anniversary. What if they did like have that earlier look, showing the very early origin signs of the Railway series coming to life? Even though they were very bad by Audrey, I still liked it for what it was, and I liked to serve it as a backdrop of what the engines looked like in their very early stages when they were younger. Like, again, as you can see here, here's Edward. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I do like the style, and it looks kind of cool for a much younger looking Edward. Like, I know I've done so many recasts of him in 1915 when he first popped in, but if I had to have a new canon, this would definitely be the tone for it.
Mm.
It has a TVS look, but you can see the Railway series of what Audrey intended them to look like in terms of their livery. Although it's been rumored that they always say the yellow strap version is Audrey's Edward.
Yeah, I like it.
And I like it. It was just a rumor. And again, here's again a Metropolitan Edward and a Metropolitan Gordon. Again, he's blue. He has the yellow straps, and well, he's got red at the back. But here you can see an early variation of it, and I like this idea.
Mm.
Again, I was testing the ideas, the experiments of this. Same thing with same thing again. Middleton Gordon in the background. There's Thomas, which he would have looked like as a J50, except he's not got the Middleton colours on him, but Henry does. He said he's all green, but again, it would have shown what the Metropolitan era would have looked like.
I like that.
Again, I really like the idea of using these things. We've gone so off topic with the whole, Timothy thing and everything else, but this is what happens, what you expect. Again, that was just something I did for a laugh. Like, what if Timothy had taken Annie and Clarbell while on his own brother's home?
To be honest, if you go on with the idea of bringing Timothy back, you might as well give him his own two coaches to like match up with Thomas.
Oh, indeed, yeah, that still happens. Except the fact is, he still takes care of Annie and Clarbell when he does.
I'm guessing those two coaches are the two coaches that I don't think it'll be actually the two coaches, but I'm guessing those will be the two coaches that went through him into the gap, streaking like a lost soul.
Not really.
It's just that the way those two coaches in the movie, that's how I picture Timothy with, and when it comes to the story.
Oh, jeez, man. Anyways, there's the Middleton Gordon, as you can see. And of course, there's Timothy again, again, I did that just for a laugh. Again, this is kind of like what I was visioning if it was to be at this point in time, at Lower Tidmouth. Again, the Middleton era and whatnot. And as you can tell, there's my A0 family at the time. How he first appeared.
The Eye of Sodor, isn't that a downgrade for your type?
Not really. And yes, that's a bit of a tribute. Yep, there's Jeremy and there's Morris. Yep, a tribute to Thomas Winter Henry III. They are both headcanon in mine. There's Gordon, again, that's what he looked like. And there's my OC, that's Marina. She's the oldest of the bunch. She was fired at the same time as Gordon was, but she's the oldest. And she still looks like
this. Younger.
Yeah, she's the oldest of the bunch, and they were fired at the same time together. But just for a few seconds ahead, that's all. And she's my OC, Marina. And there's my other OC. That's Lilith.
Mm.
And she's just like me, a super A0. Only me and her were ever built that way. So we're technically bigger than the other four.
So technically you're like the LMS Jubilees, where there was like two versions that were built to be super compared to the other ones.
Very similar, yes, except you'll understand the fact is that we were like that experimental LNER engine that was never existing. They had 4 wheels. We had 4 wheels in. And of course,
So are you technically a 482 design?
We had 4 extra wheels. We had like an extra wheels on the back. Our boilers were much longer. Much longer. And
so you're a mountain type then? A mountain type based on the Pacific?
Very close. We were like a Mikado type almost.
Oh, because I was thinking, I don't know if you've been to this, but on the Romney Heights and Dymchurch Railway, they have a couple of engines who are basically inspired by the LNER A3s, but 482 versions of them.
Yeah, we were very similar to that, except the fact was we had 4 wheels and 3. We had 2 wheels in, yep. Yeah, we were close to like a mountain type, but we weren't like a mountain type of an American variation. And our boilers were much longer. And unlike the other engines, we were left-handed driven. So our cabs were basically prototypes for the A3s in the near future.
Oh.
which never had been invented yet. And we had a much higher superheater as well. And of course, much like all the other A classes, we could run fast. But due to our big size, we were definitely quick. As you can see here, these are like alternative Sodos what if. What if James had been built into a Grizzly design, which I actually pretty like a lot.
I'm actually currently thinking of making models of the NWR fleet as American locomotives, and I've been like spending the last couple of weeks okay, how would they look like as American locomotives?
Oh, gee, I remember you telling me that before, and I laughed my head off to it once.
The
Oh
only
yeah.
engine I can see fitting Gordon that's not the K4 is the K5.
Oh Jesus! If I was to see Gordon as an American, I hate to say this, I could see him either looking like 8444, or maybe as Norfolk and Western 611, or possibly who's the other engine, or possibly as a
44, 49.
No, I cannot see him looking like a daylight color. That's for sure. Not the daylights. I'm thinking of another.
Well,
40.
here's the thing.
Hang on. I think I remember what it was. What if he was a New York Central Niagara?
Yeah, I see that, but in the way I'm doing it, I wanted to keep them close to their wheel arrangement, so that limits them down pretty consistently.
Well, you know what I mean. I mean, when I think of the New York Central Niagara, I was thinking that could be Gordon because despite how big they were, they could move quite fast.
If there was ever a Tugs version that was the Pennsylvania Railroad and the New York Central, then I would clearly see them having a Niagara and I don't even know, an M1 as the rivals.
Oh, speaking of which, guys, now if you're wondering why is this version of Edward looking in, because this is the Audrey's a copper variation of him with his new boiler thing. Now, this is to me would have been a canon if it had been like the modern years of the TV series. This is kind of like what Edward would look like.
Does Samson appear in your universe?
Who?
Well, you guys have had it for a long time.
I know.
Samson.
Oh, Samson as in...
I'm the strongest tank engine in the world. That's Samson.
I'm not so sure, actually.
Because he's a furnace railway design.
Well, speaking of... Oh, there I am. There's my new look. This is technically my Railway Series body form. That's kind of like how big me and Lilith would have looked like. So just ignore the tender. But this is kind of how big my body would have looked like.
I'm guessing you are faster than Flying Scotsman and Papyrus.
To be quite honest, I'm on equal terms with them. Just I can run just a little bit. We can run fast, but technically, I can go a little faster. Like I said before, I'm faster than Gordon. Like on Sodo, I'm just as quick as any of them. I'm basically a combo of strength and speed, but I more rely on my power than my speed. I like to be a smooth rider. Like I said, speed ain't everything, but I do like to run fast when I want to.
So what I missed while I was gone?
Not much.
I'm playing Batman Arkham Knight right now.
Oh, nice.
I've got mods for it. I got it for really cheap. I've been finding a lot of games for cheap.
That's right. That's cool, man. Oh yeah, just to let you guys know, since last Christmas or so, this is technically what Timothy would have been like. He finally got his number.
It'll make sense because Thomas is 1 and Timothy being 100. It'll make perfect sense.
Yeah, this is technically, if I got this correct, this would have been on... Okay, let me just look down quickly on my... Oh yeah, this would have been from last Christmas. Yeah, this would have been from last Christmas, this would have been. So this is not too far from my modern time right now.
Can I... Hold on.
Where is... Oh, hang on. Where's the other... Oh yeah, this whole thing with the Titanic thing, which I should have finished off a long time ago. This is the new canon I've got.
Okay.
As you can see, Gordon's painted green because obviously it would have been 100 years or whatever it was. Again, different timelines going on here.
What the heck is that?
That's Hazel.
Go up a bit. Go up a bit. Why is there? Oh no, it's not. It's the backface Diesel. Oh my god.
It's Lily or whatever his name is.
Hey guys, stop me if you heard this one before, but
It's Levy. Oh, it's Levy. Nice. Yeah, I think I've heard that somewhere. Oh god. Oh, Jesus. That does sound very familiar, you know. Phew.
Oh my god.
Okay. Again,
Is that?
whoa,
that-
that's too loud, mate. That's quite loud.
Is
Jeez,
that
that was,
Reginald or Patriot?
that's Reginald. Sorry,
Okay,
Matt.
so that's
Chloe
not
Bear, that
Patriot.
was quite too loud. We don't want any loud music, okay? Okay. Kuvan, that's quite loud, dude. Sorry, man. That is Reginald, yeah. Where's my other phone I'm looking at? I'm trying to find it.
it's better.
Hey, sorry, mate. We don't want any music copywriting, okay? Sorry, mate. We're almost done now anyway. We've only been on for 3 hours. So I'm going to wrap this one up
Right,
very
I
shortly.
forgot about the copyright thing. My bad. I'll
That's
keep it
alright.
off.
It's alright. No harm done. There's Crimson, by the way. This is where he would have been since the mid-turtle's closing. If you guys can't see it. There we are. If you guys can't see it, this is where Crimson would have been at.
That's nice.
Yeah. Right, this is where he would have been. This is back in the day, alright? Alright. Where is it? Okay. There's my actual look. There we go. Correct body, and there's my long tender. So yeah, I would have been a lot longer than Gordon and everybody else. As you can see
So
here,
technically, you would basically be a bit like the P2s.
that's what I am. I'm a P. Yeah, my body is kind of like what Cock of the North is like a P2 on Streamlight. Like the LEIM P2, yeah. Except I got a non-corridor LNER tender. I never had a corridor one. I never had one.
Now, quick question: would you pass Edward Thompson's standards?
Oh Jesus Christ! Don't even get me started on Edward Thompson. I hate that guy.
Because
Who's
you know
Edward
what he did with
Who's
you know what
Edward
he did. With,
Thompson?
he was a guy that changed a lot of Gresley's designs and made them hideous, and everybody hates him for that.
Yeah, he didn't like anything that Grizzly had. Like I said, look, they may look good in terms of running fast and whatever, but they bloody looked horrible. They may have been our quote unquote brotherins and whatnot, but Jesus Christ, I hated the look. Even my
Well,
character will my OC character will tell you he absolutely disliked Edward Thompson so badly. Even
Well,
the engine he was
since your siblings with the LNER A1s, how did Great Northern feel? Because she was part of that too.
indeed. And even the engine who was named after him didn't like the rebuild either. Despite the fact that there were some other engines he did do which were okay. But like I said before, like most of their engines that they had were horrible.
I mean, Mayflower's a good-looking engine.
Oh, the Mayflower class were fantastic. Like I said, not all of his designs weren't that bad. It's just the fact I have read on like who is he? OSW Knock, who the famous railway author himself would give his opinions about it. But his rebuilds of the new A class, as you know, and his VT class or whatever, they were horrible. What were you going to say anyway, Colby? Were you going to say something about Edward Thompson?
No, I just didn't know who he is or who it was.
Oh, it's best if you didn't know. Oh man. Anyways,
Is he just a bad person or like?
oh,
Let's just say he was a man who thought he could fix things, but he ended up making people hate him, just like Beeching.
Just like what?
Dr.
Beeching.
Beecham, he was just as bad.
Yeah, you guys still lost me.
Oh, gee. Anyways, there's a new non-canon of my V2 of the Two Henrys theory, which will be the next story I'll do, where the actual replacement knows the truth of the real Henry when he finds out. It's like, I'm sorry, man, but Henry 1 kind of says, just do it for me. At least I went peaceful or whatever, and you can learn from me. Yeah, I know. There we go. As you can see here, Railway Series related, this is kind of when I made my comeback, when I had my own coaches from an old friend of mine.
Ah, okay.
And you can tell, as usual, Thomas and Percy at the time were shocked about my new look. So you can see technically how big I am compared to Gordon, and how quick. And yes, despite how massive I looked, pretty much like the New York Central Niagaras, I could definitely move for my size.
Does your train have a name, or is it just like just a random train?
It's my contact train, you know, it goes with me. It's my rolling stock.
Content train. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, can't you see the coaches match my livery?
Yeah, but I'm saying at least it's not one of those dreaded specials.
Well, that's the funny thing about it. It's treated like that. Even if I bring in extra tourists or whatnot, at least I've got my own train to take and not have to continue on with the others.
It's just
But it
like
was
special coaches.
Yeah, it's basically like, you know, to promote my returning as well. But wherever I go, they followed me. I have my own. It's basically. It's like Gordon having his own special coaches, almost, if you will. If you get my drift. But before I even had my own coaches, this is technically what I was doing as well. I was also this is kind of what I was doing on my old design. But if you look at it as well, I also took these coaches with me. I was also taking the Pullman special.
Ah.
You know, the Orient Express of the UK, which was technically my favourite job. You know, when I wasn't on Sodor, or if I was doing anything special, this is what I would have been doing.
Since you're an LNER engine, I would have said you would have been much better with the Elizabethan.
That's one of the few tries I did take, but I always took the Flying Scotsman special because
Guys,
I was
I'll restart my computer. I'll be back.
Okay, we're almost done. I didn't mean to sneeze there, lads.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I'll message you on Discord when I'm back.
I'll let you know eventually, but it was nice talking to you again.
Yeah.
So it was nice to talk to you again, Qualified Bell. I'm glad that you're still doing well as well. Okay, and these new shots here were definitely just taking screen caps from the fanfic of the Lusitania's ghost hunting on Sodor, which was one of my best stories I ever did.
I do plan to make a story about that, actually.
Okay, there I am. There we go. It's over here. As you can see, that's my original look of what I would have been as now at this point. Technically, that's my current livery.
Where the heck is that located on the island?
That is basically the well, most people use that as a part of Britain, to be honest, but I like to use that as somewhere random. It's basically the Drayton Manor exterior layout.
Ah, okay.
But people use this as a part of England. I like to think of it as part of somewhere on Sodor. But as you can see,
that would be a very interesting layout, honestly.
If you ever use it on trains, trust me, it's a good route to start learning your way to drive on.
Yeah, because
Anyways,
I really want to get into trains. It's just that I haven't got a computer yet. But when I get a computer, I'm definitely going to start going into trains.
I'll help you with that. Okay. As you can see here, this is the coaching again. That special I was telling you about with the Orient Express stuff on the Southern thing. This is again what I was doing a lot in my current spare time. I mean, that's what I was doing a lot. You know, that's how I earned my survival.
Do you plan to do characters inspired by your Titanic fanfics, like characters that have similar personalities to them, but in trains?
That's never going to happen, mate. I'm sorry. That's out of the question. Oh, God.
I thought it was like a good idea.
And yeah, don't next time we talk about Titanic, we can do that another time. Because I can tell you've been reading my fanfic on that, haven't you? Big time.
Yeah.
The fanfic that no one likes me for, that people still talk shit about me with. Anyways, here's me and my two OCs reunited. Marina and Lilith. And yes, that is my current form of my, green livery, except I'm not dressed in LNER green, I'm dressed in GNR livery.
The Great Northern Railway.
Yeah, I prefer this version, while I've still got the words LNER on my tender still. On 2 arrows all wrapped into one. Me kind of paying homage to the original era before the LNER took over. Whereas Lilith is the only engine who's dressed in complete special garter blue, which would be inspirational for what the A4s would wear. So yeah, she's the first one that would be inspired by it. That would inspire the A4s like Mallard and Snodder Grizzly would have been wearing.
I see.
Oh, there we go. Here we go. This is what I was referring to. There we are. That's just me. Basically, just entering Sodor, that is. Just approaching Vickerstown. Yeah.
Is that the Henry's Tender behind you?
Yep.
Okay.
Just keep it in the old can that I had at the time. I was supposed to be an hybrid of an LNER A3 and an LMS Black 5.
Yeah, I could possibly see that.
Technically, like I said before, I had Gordon's body, but I had Henry's Tender style.
Okay.
That was my original OC form at the time. Again, that would have made me bigger than Gordon and Henry combined. As you can see, this was the train I was pulling a lot during when I wasn't on Sodor as much. Again, to follow what I was doing outside of Sodor. If I was never on Sodor, this is what I'd be pulling a lot. Again, some of these are very, very old. And of course,
hey, Henry sees red.
Yes, I know. I used both formations. I wasn't really a big fan of the Seed Red Henry in the trains, but I liked it in the book. But I thought I'd get them both a try in my game, and they ran quite smoothly. As you can see in both of my reactions, that's the TVS style and the Railway Series. As you can tell, I just kind of look intriguingly. There it is. I was taking the Bournemouth Bell. That's the train I was pulling a lot. Yeah, the Southern train. Again, it was what I was given when I was never on Sodor. Yes, the train that always gave me a lot of high cash and money. And as you can see, I couldn't get Rachel herself, so I used this engine as a stunt double. The high-speed engine herself.
So I'm guessing you're older. So you're younger compared to Gordon and Flying Scotsman, right?
Actually, Scotsman's younger than me by 24 days.
Okay.
Because in reality, Scotsman came out of the works on the 24th of February 1923, which is 100 years ago from this day. And just like I was in reality, I came out of the Doncaster Works on February the 5th, 1923.
So you'll be both 100 years old.
Yeah, we both are, yeah. I'm just older by a few weeks or so ahead of Scotsman.
I love that image. I love that image of Gordon just staring at that Niagara.
Yes, I did that because, as a laugh, because everybody always complained about me using American trains on that, and I thought, everybody else are doing it now since I've been doing it, so why,
I would prefer Gordon be more surprised at the Niagara than the Hiawatha, because Hiawatha's like, you're a weird looking engine now, but Niagara, holy moly, you're big.
Yeah, he's big, but they can move. And actually, that's based on my fanfic I did on my Thomas and the American Engines when they were touring, and this is actually a funny canyon about it, where Gordon learns about the Niagaras, which leaves him forever inspired. And yes, that engine that comes past him is actually a big female.
To be honest, I rather would prefer the Hudsons because I think the Hudsons were more like the Pacifics, but hey, Niagara's also sued.
Well, again, without the streamlining casing, you can see Gordon there. As a Hudson or a Niagara, it would still work for him. Although, again, like I said, I mean, with the whole Hiawatha, Gordon's not staring because it's a weird engine because he's staring at the paint scheme, which he's admiring. Where he's like,
No, but here's the thing: since James is there, he would be like, Hiawatha? What the heck does that mean? And
yeah,
like we have to go through this entire backstory about what Hiawatha is and stuff.
I know. As you can see, like I said before, I appeared in many different formations. Like I said, oh boy, not all of them are really good. But again, there's my original livery there. That's the form I'm supposed to still be in, except in my bigger body. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just ignore the fact that Brannon didn't have his beard until I managed to figure out how to swap his face around.
Did he shave somehow?
Look, Brannon has two different face packs. He has the beardless one and the beard and the ginger beard. I did this to test him out at first. And then the more I saw him without the beard, it looked more like my own face.
So this is his TT. So this is his Thomas and Tank engine, OC.
Yeah, it's Brandon. You know, Ginger Jesus.
How old is he compared to Thomas?
He's the youngest. He's in his head canon. He's the last built.
Because the one thing I'm always interested in is if your OC is inspired by an actual Thomas and Friends character, how old are you compared to that character?
Oh man, Brandon's supposed to be younger than me. He's the last one built, and because he didn't spend many time in England, he spent most of his time in Canada. That's why he spoke Canadian, and why he's nicknamed.
I would love to find what kind of work Canada would have for oh wait, Halifax. Never mind.
I think Brandon, if you ever want to speak to Brandon about that, if you had Discord, you go and tell him on that.
Because I just realized Halifax is a harbor. Oh, that's where he would have worked.
He was spending too much time in Canada, and of course, even now you can't see it. He has a hidden bell hidden underneath, and he has like one of them Canadian. He actually has the whistle of a Canadian 210-4.
A Selkirk?
Yes, he has a Selkirk. I think it's the yeah, he has the non-streamlined version.
So basically, it would be like that one. So let's say he and Percy are double heading, and it'll be like that Thomas 1, Edward 2, Henry 3 video with Patrick and Niles, where Patrick blows his whistle and Niles just blares his horn.
Yes, it's very similar.
So basically, Brandon's basically the Canadian version of Dwight D. Eisenhower, if he ever comes to Sodor.
Oh, jeez, man. Yeah,
do you actually think about that? If Dwight D. Eisenhower actually came to Sodor, would he have an American accent?
I definitely think he would after he lost his accent for a long time.
Oh, and also Dominion of Canada.
Indeed, yeah. And as you can see in my timelining, there's the top at the third, technically, as we would have known in the Railway series, in the generations that went by. And then you had the first one. Again, in the background, I was showing like a timeline over time. There's number 2 as well. I just had a lot of fun putting this together. I was thinking this is definitely how the Fat Controller over time would have existed in.
Technically, it'll be Sir Derek Hat because of that one RWS audio whose real name was Derek.
Mm-hmm. Where is he? Where is he now? I'm just looking down. It's here somewhere. Oh yeah, that's technically the canon what Timothy would have looked like when he did come back. On the on the Kirkman branch, which had been reformed.
And those are his coaches behind him.
Yep, that's right.
What even are those coaches anyway? Are they like?
You can find them on the DLS somewhere. And as you can see, In my untold headcanon story, this is just after Edward's day out, and I was in the sheds not feeling too well myself, because again, I was young and I was spending a year trial on Sodor, and this is actually the first and only time I ever got to meet the Reverend W. Ordray family.
Oh.
And
Quick
yes,
question. Does Afton exist in your timeline?
well, you can tell there's the father of Ordray, there's the mother, and there's Reverend W. Ordray himself,
That's nice.
the man who would write the story, and the fact controls introducing me to them. You know, this is after my own story where Edward had his day out and he would help me out
I just
eventually.
realized something.
What?
You know how in the first illustration of Edward's Day Out, there are 5 engines, right?
Mm-hmm.
The green engine isn't supposed to be Henry because Henry had been already in the tunnel at that point. So maybe you're the green engine at the very back of the shed.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I
Then
wish
again,
that would have been.
then again, it would take the whole point of they were all bigger than Edward and boasting about it. Well, except for that one green engine at the very, very, very end of the shed.
Yeah. Or if you wanted to count Thomas as well, because
Okay, yeah,
that's the TV series. But then again, everybody had their own opinions about it. Anyways, and there's the one I was telling you about with Smudger in my headcanon, and there he is. This is what Smudger would look like today.
So, Grandpa, so this is the engine you were talking about? Yes, Stuart. This is Smudger.
Yep, that's me. Ain't
I
that right, Duke?
I-
Ain't that right, Dukey?
I always feel like that, despite the fact they were renamed, I feel like Duke would still call Sir Handel Falcon and Peter Sam Stewart just for old time's sake.
It's fun. It's funny because he still calls them that. He says that still in my. He still called them that in my Crimson stories still, and he still does because hey, Duke's old habits don't always die hard that easily. And as you can tell, this was the time I came back to Sodor briefly because of the 75th anniversary of Thomas and Friends.
Featuring Tornado as well.
Yep, Tornado made an appearance, which was a success, and Scotsman made an appearance, and Gordon didn't know that. And he was painted in his old livery as well for the occasion, and I came back in just for the week special, and I had to go back to Baron Finesse as well because of all the reasons I was going through at the time, but the celebration was a big hit.
I have a feeling that if you were running in the 1950s to 60s, you would have appeared on Railway Roundabout.
Well, you can be thankful because I had a brief British Railway history. I actually was on a runaway after that.
Oh dear.
Because I didn't want to get cut up and I hated Dr. Beeching for what he was doing and I was getting the heck out of Dodge. I ran off and eventually found a heritage site.
Well,
thanks to a certain blue cello tank who saved my life.
Here's a fun fact: in my universe, Jack and Gresley, Sir Nigel's son, becomes second in command of the Northwestern Railway, and he was originally the director of British Railways.
I did this as well as a bit of a laugh.
Oh my lord!
Yes, as you can tell, Gordon was mocking Henry for pulling this, and I couldn't resist but doing it.
Okay, to be honest, that would be the most funniest episode that I would see in the hit era.
And yes, I do like this version of Gordon. It did seem pretty accurate. Like I said, these were the closest at the time before Wild Nor'Wester came along. And this one was one of my favorites. I was proud of it.
A Pepsi train?
Yeah, I know it's quite hilarious, but I will admit this was one of the best shots I ever took of Thomas.
Is that Bulgy?
That's what Bulgy would have looked like in reality, and that's what Bertie would have looked like in reality in terms of their Railway series looks.
Actually, quick question: does Barry appear in your universe, and what form is he? Tank engine or tender engine?
Barry's always been a tank engine. I mean, a tender engine.
Well, haven't you heard he was originally supposed to be Arthur's class?
Yes, I heard about the rumor.
In my universe, he was just giving a tender, and they just called it a day.
Huh. And there it is, look, and here's a cameo where Crimson and Gordon would have met. And yes, this is where Crimson would have been after the Mid-Soto had closed. You know?
So what happened to him after it was closed? Was he just sent to a different railway?
Yeah, this is the place where he would have been. This is the SI3D challenge route.
So he's still on Sodor, but on just a completely different line.
Yeah,
Okay.
a part of the Soto line which doesn't be seen very often. As you can tell, this was also the first time that these two ever met. And of course, you can see Henry having a good go, and he was pulling pulling a milk train.
Does
which he was-
Duchess go on into modern life, or what? Or is she scrapped?
Technically, Duchess is still alive.
Okay, technically.
I don't like to kill off mighty characters as I'd like to, you know.
Yeah, I have a problem with that too. That's why I'm having 87546 and 98462 like come back like in a reformatted way.
Well, you can be thankful. You can thank Lucky Stars, except for Croven. He has survived, except he wasn't he's a good lad now. But 87546 and 9462, and I'm not going to refer that to Alfred either because I want them to be two different people.
Yeah, I do not
Okay.
see 98462 as Alfred.
I mean, I yes, it can be that for others, but maybe with the TV, yes, maybe. But for the Railway series, I want them to be two different engines, and that's very heavily canon in my version. They both got killed off.
I like to point out in your universe, you're younger than Percy of all engines.
I know. Well, we don't even know how younger Percy is either, because we never
Well,
know
here's
what.
the thing: we know like he was built like maybe like 1899 to 1900, which is like, huh? And he's meant to be the junior member of the fleet.
Maybe I think I know why. Maybe that is because Percy didn't have the right teaching lessons.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but I think that Percy has had the most accidents out of any engine in the NWR
has.
fleet.
Yes,
So-
he has.
I think that has done something to his mental state. I think.
Or maybe the fact is, who knows? Maybe he had design flaws, or maybe the fact is he's just that careless. Who knows?
I
But
don't think he's
anyways,
careless. He's just that he's unlucky.
I just used to think of himself like it's just childhood accident playing catching up with him. He acts like it too. Well, in my versions now they've all grown up, but Percy still tends to have that cockiness. But here's the thing: I like to treat them like they're grown-ups now. But I
Like
still
season 5 counterparts.
kind of like season 5, except the engines were. I think by that point they were like entering almost like a teenage stage at that point.
Does that mean Henry's like extremely grumpy like all the time?
No, I just think Henry's just reached that term of adulthood. Like he's finally hit his age. Like he's in his, acting like he's a young 20-plus-year-old, and Gordon's kind of like, I don't know, kind of halfway there almost.
I think everybody has reached 100 age except for Duck and Oliver.
Yeah, except like I just said, but I like to think nowadays, despite now they're old, I still feel like they kind of still got a bit of their youth in them still. Like I still like to think, because if you think of the whole Thomas thing now, everybody does them. If they did them in human beings or whatnot, especially when they do them in anime and whatnot in fanfics I've been writing, they've always treated them like they're still like young adults, or they even kind of like look like teenagers.
I often kind of
And
do
it
that.
works. And it
Yeah, it
works.
works.
Oh, got Octavia fan to say there. But it's really cool. You know what I mean? And I like the
Yeah.
idea of it. And you have like
So-
and you have like the females who look cool and badass looking, and it worked. I
So
still remember
since-
the early days of reading.
So since you're Gordon's sibling, what do you agree with the whole tender engines do not belong on branch lines and so forth?
Oh god.
I mean, personally, you don't look like an engine that would fit on a branch line, to be honest with you.
Look, anything that Gordon says, I don't always go with. I just feel like if that's fine, it'd be nice. Even I've run on branch lines. in one
I mean, if you
old man.
remember, someone did a story with Murdoch on the Farquhar branch.
Well, that is true. I mean, look at what Henry and the other guys are doing. They're on Edward's branch now because their bridges are strengthened. Whereas for me, well, yeah, it's true actually because an old friend, ex buddy of mine, actually wrote a story about me wanting to go on a branch line for a change. And he put me on Edward's branch for a while, and it was good.
Ah,
Here we are. This shot here, you can see me leaving in with all supplies. They were basically for what happened during the pandemic when we started. So this would have been in 2020 when it all began, when the lockdowns were beginning.
I
was
love the
one.
rainy effect to it.
Yeah, I'm bringing all the supplies and everything else that we needed, and thankfully, I didn't get to stay in very often. I was probably one of the only engines out there who could get there and back, and all the peace and quiet made it easy for me to continue on with my work.
Actually, do you think that boiler tickets exist on Sodor?
I don't know, to be
Like,
honest with you.
like boiler tickets, like every 15 years, you had to go in for like a strip down overhaul, like inspection.
Yeah,
Do you think that
and
would
because
exist on Sodor?
in reality, it's like a 7 year boiler certificate every 7 years.
Uh,
Here in the UK, that is. But to me, it goes for as long as we can. We don't have, we go until we feel like we need to. But we do have that certificate just in case. If it's that good, then we could, or whatever. If it does, then we start giving the certificate out, and then we can let you know when you're ready for it.
I'm guessing since you work on the mainland, you've seen a lot of the 6 surviving A4s.
Yes, I
Well,
did. I've
except
been on
for
the
the 2
mainland
that are
everywhere I
in,
go. But
well,
I'm
except
spending.
for the 2 who are in North America.
Yeah, but the thing is with me, I keep going back and forth on the mainland thing is because, I'm heading back to, I'm spending more time in Barrow and in London.
So
But I
basically,
always,
you're like Flying Scotsman who like takes train to Sodor and then over to the mainland.
yeah, I did. But just keep in mind, I've been a part of the Northwestern Fleet. It's just the fact is, you'll see me pop in and I'm back again and I'm going off. But when I'm like leaving Sodor, that's because of my real life personality is affected.
So basically, you're kind of like Hercules and Tugs. Like he's part of the fleet, but you barely see him for like half the series.
Yeah, but except I'm part of the family, yes. It's just the fact is anything that's happened to me in reality, it affects my Steam persona too. Like, when will I ever come back to Sodor? With all the BS that happens or whatnot. And again, this was one of the darker times again in my old form on a stormy night, and this is technically the coaches I'd be pulling on my own express as well.
Ah.
With my own. You can find these elsewhere as well. It's just that these were the kind of coaches I would also be taking with me on a heritage railway because I actually was living on one too of my own at the time.
How do you think the relationship between Scotsman and Tornado would be like? You got the old Flying Scotsman, then you got the new young kid, Tornado.
Well, technically, this is how I would see it. They've met a couple of times now. They've worked a few times. Technically, when I see the A1 of Tornado, and of course with Fly Scotsman being an A3, despite being an A1 at the times, this is how I look at it in the LNER family. When I look at the A1s, which were the Peppercorn A1s, they were more like the grandchildren of the Gresley class. So technically, in a way, Flying Scotsman, in reality, is actually Tornado's great-grandmother. So that makes Tornado her great-granddaughter.
That makes sense, actually. And I
And
love how for the 100th anniversary they actually fixed Scotsman's whistle.
Well, yes, they did. But to be quite honest, I liked Scotsman's whistle when she came back in 2016. It was the closest to an original A1.
I'm guessing you were among the people who didn't like that idea of him being painted into wartime black.
To be quite honest, I liked the livery. We got to finally see it in our time what it would look like during the war.
Yeah.
But it was my least. But I hate to admit it, it was my least favorite. One of my least favorites. of Scotsman, but I still like the idea of it like, so this is what it will look like during the 40s. And it was really good.
If there was an engine, I would name. If there was someone, I would name the A3 after. It would have to be the Headless Horseman. That would be
Definitely.
funny.
And of course, I did a few bits and bobs where the Australians would come to Sodor, which I had a lot of fun doing at the time.
Yeah, I would feel bad for any engine who knew about that one word that is very fine to say in Australia, but not very fine to say in anybody else but Australia.
Yeah, we don't bring that up.
You know, to be honest, I would honestly feel like James would be like, "Aren't you from that country that's full of big spiders and punching kangaroos?"
Oh, Jesus. There it is. This is kind of the canon of where Timothy came back. GBS version, but here's the Rat Race series of when he actually did come back. When Thomas finally was reunited with his brother after so long.
If you actually do a series about this, you should generally decide to do like solo episodes, like maybe one with Percy and then one with Toby, because I want to see Timothy's personality, how he would reflect after those two characters.
Well, if it
And
was to work, if this was to work, I'd be doing it by taking like screen caps like this rather than just filming, because I would be doing it in audio and putting sound effects over. This is
so
kind
it'll
of
be
how I,
audio stories then.
except you would have images like this to show what it looks like, because a lot of people are doing that more often. And as you can see, these were during my early days when I was just getting used to the whole thing as well. When I was just having a lot of fun back then before the whole thing collapsed on itself. Yep, Timothy again at the Kurt Roman on his old home. And this was during 2019. Again, when I was getting rebuilt for my overhaul to get back to Sodor.
To be honest, there was a video that you did back during the Kirk Ronan days where you did a video where Lily and Timothy were double heading a train together, and I personally felt like you should have done a Timothy x Lily story where like when you said like love story, I would be like, maybe Timothy and Lily would kind of work.
Yes, I will admit in my original canon, Lily was to be his first love, but Timothy kind of saw her as a motherly figure. That's kind of how Lily was with the other engines. But yes, that would have been a nice idea. It could have done.
I see Rebecca's one of your favorite characters, despite how much she is hated by the fandom.
I don't care what the fandom think. I love Rebecca's character a lot. Like, her class still exists, so again, like I said before, I did like her character. She was.
I feel like people would just like her just because she's a West Country / Battle of Britain class.
Yeah, of course. And she's an original class as well. She saw my OC game rebuilt and whatnot.
Well, at least we have a character who's that's like Neville.
Well, sort of. And
Well,
as you can definitely tell, the Scotsman was there. This is in my canon of 2012, and I was at Barrow. And of course, this was at the time when I was ready to get back home. This is in 2019, keep in mind. Took a freight train back in, and I took a freight train back to get back home, on my way home. I dropped Timothy off, but I didn't realise at the time that one of my other characters was getting rebuilt at Croven.
Who the heck is that?
That's actually Marina.
Oh.
Didn't even know at the time that she was being rebuilt at the time. So yeah, I didn't know that I was the only one getting rebuilt either. And as you can tell, Rebecca was learning a bit while I was getting rebuilt in wherever I was in at the time. She was learning about who this character was and whatnot, and she overhears the men talking all kinds of BS and then feels unsure who I am until Scotsman tells the story about myself, and then she'll kind of like my character and everything. So yeah, this is kind of like how I got introduced to her. while I
I'm
was
guess-
being rebuilt in my sleep.
I'm guessing one time Scotsman told you about that time he nearly died because he had fish in his water tanks.
Nope. Oh
Oh.
god.
Didn't that actually happen though?
I don't think so. And if you're wondering why Henry's looking this way, it's because this is where he had his accident with the flying kipper.
Oh God.
This is the exact spot where he had it.
If I was Henry, I would feel personally unedged when I'm always there.
Yep. Again, this is the exact spot where he had it in 1935. Spoil alert. If you're wondering why I'm thinking of a new ghost story I'm thinking of, is because this is kind of the new canon story that Percy said about seeing his own ghost. When I said about Timothy saying there was a ghost train that happened, but that wasn't me.
What? But is it a sibling of Percy? Is the real question.
That's what I mean. So Percy will be in for a hell of a shock. when he
Actually, speaking
finds
of which, since Halloween's coming up, do you plan to do any ghost stories?
I am. That's what I'm trying to do. Both Thomas and my American CSW stories I'm trying to do.
I'll give you credit. I love the fact that you actually did a ghost story that had Wilbur of all characters in it.
Well, that was basically him having a cameo.
Yeah, but Wilbur
That wasn't
is a
even my
character-
idea. That wasn't even my idea.
Oh, okay.
That was one of my ex-mates who decided to put him in. Like we needed characters who needed cameos, but that wasn't my idea of putting Wilbur in. But I still allowed it anyway. And of course, as you can see, this is kind of like the Railway series, but taking the Mickey out of season 1,
Mm.
which is one of my favorite. But I was to be quite honest, I was very proud of this one. You know, I
Yeah.
thought a Railway series, but in season 1 look, and I was very proud of it, to be honest. Yeah, I was having a lot of fun back then. And that was also one of my proudest shots as well. The two brothers finally together.
I like to point out that Timothy's smoke box it matches with his color, unlike every single other engine of the Northwestern Railway.
Again, that was to make him different. Again, like I said, it was good as it was, but yeah, at the time it was very, very acceptable back then. Again, it was to serve his prototype look. Why did he look different to the others? Because he was a prototype. He didn't have
I
an
don't know if you
official.
know this, but if you look at Timothy's face, he actually has buck teeth like Billy.
Yeah, and many people kind of thought that Billy at the time was supposed to have the face of Timothy. Again, that was a rumor.
I don't think Timothy brushes his teeth that often.
Yeah, often, yeah. And of course, this was a one-time spin-off where Timothy told the two about his actual past. Again, this is him remembering what he was. Like when he brings out the truth of what really happened to him, because he could remember everything even before his crash. And he was telling him, Timothy told Thomas everything about it. And legit, and then when I say everything, he meant everything.
Well, at least Timothy is that engine that wouldn't hold things back.
Well, he would eventually because he was an emotional distract. Well, like I said, he had changed, but he didn't hold it too much. But like I said, he definitely, yeah, he
So
knew.
in this new timeline of yours, is Timothy still like he was originally a different engine, but then he got rebuilt into the E2, or was he just simply built as an E2?
That still happens. He was a different engine. Again, we don't know. We don't quite know what he looks like. Like I said before, he does give a few hints that he wasn't one to begin with, but he was made into an E2 to survive. And so he would pave the way for this new class of generation that would serve as one. And again,
Actually, has Timothy or Thomas in your universe, have they ever met Birch Grove?
I'm not so sure, to be quite honest with you.
You know, their cousin, right?
They may have done. I'd
Yeah.
like to keep that a mystery. They may
If you've
have
been
done.
to the Bluebell Railway, then you know who Birch Grove is.
As you can tell, Crimson and Crimson and Smudger did meet up at one point. As you can tell, let's just say Crimson, in my headcanon, did not tolerate Smudger's attitude at the time very well. He hated that sort of thing.
I can tell. I can guess that these two did not get very good along.
No, they did not. Except the fact is, though, that he didn't like certain attitudes or whatnot. You know, he was like a proper engine who could speak his mind when he wanted to.
To be honest, Crimson looks like a Southwold Railway engine.
Well, actually, in fact, let me just read this. Okay, here we go. Then there's the manager himself. Even though at the time he looks like the old controller, he's supposed to be an aging Mitsodor guy at this point. There it is. He's basically that's actually that's kind of where I got Crimson from.
Ah,
And you can find him still. He is hard to find. There he is. This is supposed to be during 1890. He did arrive not too long after that. I'm just trying to find where the hell. Oh yeah, this is supposed to be like the first time Thomas snuck up on Gordon when he played that trick on him. Yeah, that's supposed to be the first time he did it.
that would have been funny.
Yes, as you can tell at the time, this was like the TBS origin thing at the time I was having a lot of fun with. So yeah, this is kind of like the first time he did that sneak up on Gordon for the first time. Yeah, back in the day when we were celebrating 70 years. Well, we've been on for 3 hours and 30 minutes. Wow, this time is really shooting past.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for keeping me company, Michael. I had no idea you were going to be on with me this long, but you definitely made this stream worthwhile.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, and going back to my old contents. Oh, here we go. Okay. Now that shot I did of when I showed you of Timothy seeing Percy for the first time, that was a remake of this shot right here, except this is actually the fanfic version of it, as you can see here.
Yeah.
And like I said before, Timothy in this is supposed to be more darker, more bloodier. Again, he's supposed to resemble his creepypasta counterpart, as we all know. And when he spoke, you could barely understand what he was trying to say. He was more...
You get. To be honest, the actual face you use for that scene is probably Timothy's scariest face.
Well, that was to be the original creepypasta face. We couldn't use a blood-stained face because I thought if I used that too much, I would scare the shit out of some people. So I felt like
what you eventually did for the final act.
Well, for the final act, definitely worked because, well, you know what I mean. It worked.
Yeah. Now the image right next to, if you go up, the image right next to the one with Thomas and Percy, the one where Timothy and Thomas are looking at each other, you can clearly tell the differences in their designs.
Yes.
Like one's a legitimate E2, like you can see how Timothy's longer than Thomas, but Thomas is just it's just straight up his TV series design.
Yeah, but that's still in his Railway series look still because of his rebuilt thing or whatever.
I love how Timothy is steaming, his smoke is coming out of his funnel, while Thomas isn't at all.
It is. But the thing is, you can't quite see the scene coming out because it's not steaming as much. Yeah, but either way, like I said, this has become quote unquote the iconic imagery where the two brothers unknowingly reunited. Except this is when Timothy finally would quote unquote get his victim, although he didn't kill him at this point. He could have done, but he didn't. It's almost like
and that's why Clinchfield 2-1 wins over Timothy.
Sort of, but 311 didn't kill Thomas either, although he came very close to death.
Yeah, but I'm saying Tim. We don't know if Timothy killed anybody when he was a ghost. So you can't take him very seriously. Clinchfield 3-1. Now you can take her seriously. Like she killed a whole bunch of engines.
Yeah, although the fact is, when Thomas is always in charge of Timothy. He knows he's going to try and step up to him, but when he becomes full demonic mode, yeah, Thomas is like, holy shit, now I'm backing off.
I do feel like in the actual movie you could have done a bit more with Edward, or at least an engine who would have known Timothy around that time period, except
Oh,
of like
yeah.
keeping it solely focused on the Farquhar branch.
I know, but at the time I had to do what it was at that point. Anyways, this is supposed to be the fanfic version of when the two met up in the fanfic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, this is what it would have looked like, you know.
This is the only thing that was majorly different from the DeviantArt, because in the DeviantArt version, Timothy is literally coupled up to Thomas.
Oh, definitely, because he's supposed to be like, I'm right there in front of you. And this here is the thing of like the fanfic of like, where will he go now then, sir? And you can tell Percy's in here too as well. So yeah, this is the TV. This is the novel version of when the whole thing got repaired and everything else. And
I do like the subtle idea of a memorial being put on the viaduct. I kind of like that subtle idea.
yeah, again, that was my clever effect. And there's the TV, and of course the novel variation of when Timothy apparently has been named for the first time, when Thomas hears that name. You know, like, that can't be. Except in the film version, they've swapped places, but this is the novel version in my fanfic. So you can see there's some differences made. Here we are. And this is the part in my canon. Here we are. As usual, this is Liz's character, her OC, and this is what I would have looked like in the British Railway time. And yeah, this is when I was safe from scrap.
How can she pull a U? You're a 462. She's just a 040.
Because she's Percy's sibling.
Okay. It's
Yeah,
just that I can't picture Percy like pulling Gordon like very easily.
Well, in this case, in Liz's case, she's very stronger than Percy. She's capable of it. Because she was a big Percy fan, and I think, at the time. And yes, these are me during the wartime period. Again, this is all these shots here that you're seeing here. These are all cameo in my Railway Origin series.
You do know, since you're a member of the A1 class, technically, you do know that you did lose I don't think it was during the war, but you did lose a sibling during that time, Grand Parade.
Well, I didn't see who Grand Parade was, to be quite honest, in my headcanon.
I think that was the one I'm talking about. If not sure, then were you working? Quick question: were you working at York when Gadwall died?
I wasn't there. I heard about it. I did hear about his death. I was condemned. At least he died a hero.
Well, yeah, you could say that.
But I definitely was. I heard about it, but I never got to see it happen, which was good for me because at that point in time, I just recently had been on the run because of the quote unquote Third Reich guys had landed in somewhere. They were trying to take me hostage. It backfired, man. And let's just say another engine came in and we got them tied up. You know, we were going to take them, you know, to wherever it was, in a camping or whatever. And then all of a sudden, bam, they tried to make an escape. And that's when they got squashed underneath my wheels.
Oh, dear.
And I was traumatized for a long while. That was the first time my OC character had run over humans, but instead they were villains from the opposite nation who were giving us grief.
Well, you're not the first one to have that happen to you.
But at the same time, I felt like I was going to be charged for a war crime, and I got the heck out of Dodge, so I abandoned the LNER, and that's when I met Liz and the others for the first time on an unknown heritage railway. And I was written off and they thought I was written off as a dead engine until I came back for British Railways, and everything had changed. Yeah, so it was like me saying, like, it was basically me saying, like, you know, screw the war. I've had enough of it. I ain't gonna fight anymore.
I'm guessing your favorite railway of the LNER is of the big four is the LNER.
They're all the best, but the London North Eastern Railway will always be the best for me because,
The
in
great,
terms of being a fan.
if you ask me, the Great Western basically decided that the 460 was going to be the only express engine they were going to be building.
Oh no, they didn't.
That's
As you
like
can
saying
see,
that's like saying as the LNER was just building Pacifics. That's not
no.
much of an improvement.
Well, again, Pacifics hadn't actually been built at the time, in England. Like Flying Scotsman's class were the first ever of the wheelbase, and nothing like that had ever been made at the time.
Yeah, if you think about it today, like barely any Pacifics run today, especially in the US.
Well, the US definitely have plenty of them, including in Australia and whatnot. The 462 wheel arrangement is quite unique, although I do feel like it's overused a lot. Despite the Northern is quite overused, but I'm used to that in America because to me, a Northern class looks like a proper Express American for me.
Pretty much.
Anyways, that's just me. Anyways, as you can see here in these timelines, these are like during the whole build up. And as you can tell, I was still carrying the GNR on me, even though I was wearing my London North Eastern Railway livery. I was basically painted in Gordon's livery because I was still mocking, honouring the past generation of the London North Eastern Railway. That was just me because I requested it to be that way because I wasn't ready for having my own livery at the time. And of course, that's the first time I caught Gordon taking freight, and he was like, "Don't even mention it to me, brother." And I was like, "Makes a nice change, doesn't it?" Because even I could take freight. I never complained.
To be honest, you're basically like Arthur. You're built into but you were never from that actual railway. In Arthur's case, the LMS. In your case, the GNR. Yet you still wear that line's colors.
Well, that's because I was born in the Great Western. I was, the London North Eastern Railway was there, but I decided to say, like, let me wear the GNR colours because, I want to honour the past era of what we are in now.
Yeah, and since you're in purple now, is that NWR purple?
No, but let me get this straight. The purple colour of me is to resemble my real life birth colour.
Oh,
And of course, it's my television series colour.
okay.
TVS for short.
Well, be glad you're not painted in NWR blue, red, or green.
Green would have been good in terms of looking at Henry or whatever the case may be. But blue and red or whatever, I couldn't see myself in that. But I just like the colour I'm in anyway. Again,
Don't say that in front of James.
Don't worry, James never gets under my skin. Like I said, he'd be a fool to go on me or whatnot. Like I said, all the engines who do all their tricks and everything that we all like them for, it doesn't work on my OC. They can try all the things on me. It doesn't always get to me. So I'm quite smarter than them. I'm quite smarter than them.
So, in case if Diesel ever did a squeak, rattle, and roll on you, you would just ignore him and just continue on with your work like nothing.
Yeah, because I'm a big lad, I'm like, the bigger I am, the more testing I have. But I'm like, at that point, like, if I'm in a really bad mood and someone would start all that shit, let's just say the conflict would not be a nice one.
That's like saying Percy going up against Big Bertha. We all know who's going to win that one.
It's basically like, you don't want to mess with this dude, otherwise you're gonna he'll knock you where you stand. That's kind of like my attitude. Like, don't pick on someone who's bigger than you, mate. You don't want that.
Yeah, actually, what are your thoughts on Big Bertha, the one-off locomotive?
Oh my lord!
I liked it, honestly.
I'm quite. I'm not sure what to say, but it is quite cool though. As you can see here, I was taking these. Again, this is around close to 1923. Around the time I'm only a few months old at this point, but I'm fitting in quite well on Sodor because this is during my first time there. I'm still on a year trial again to gain more experience with Gordon to learn the proper ways and whatnot. but I was developing quite a nice reputation on Sodor. Like I said, I was doing all kinds of things. You know,
Yep.
I was on trial. Here we go. This is how it all starts off. There we are. That's how my story began and how I first popped up, and that's where me and Gordon first met. As you can see, the livery he's wearing, this is what I would wear today still. And
Since you
that's
have since you have Duke's face, do you have a very Duke-like personality?
no. The thing is, Duke's face at the time was the closest we could get. I couldn't
Oh yeah,
keep
that
using
makes sense.
Gordon's face or Henry's face, so Duke kind of looked okay for me, and it still does. If I had Braden's face, except just paint over the mustache and make it black, then it's definitely me. But Duke's the only closest I could ever get. And that's supposed to be Sir Nigel Gresley, the very man who designed me.
So in your OCs, I'm guessing you're younger than Brandon because Brandon's an E2. So, and I think the last E2s were built in 1915. So that means you are like 7 years younger than him.
That's correct, I am. And that's what I would first wear, because I wasn't ready for a design. I wasn't ready to have my own livery yet, so I was given this anyway, just to stand out. And I did.
Just like Timothy.
Yes, but it's not quite like Timothy. It's more brighter and much more better looking. You could say I was quite a unique sight when anyone spotted me. And of course, Scotsman had just been made, and I was still learning the way, and I still didn't know what Gordon meant, so he was mentoring me at the time. And of course, that's on the day I would come to Sodor for the first time, and I was painted up as well for the occasion. Gresley telling me, Gordon's there, like Gordon's at Sodor, he's going to be waiting for you, and you can learn from him from there.
To be honest, Gordon isn't the best engine that you would be learning from.
But in this headcanon of mine, in my origin story, he definitely did.
Well, okay, maybe old Gordon, but in anybody else's headcanon, definitely not young Gordon.
Yeah, well, you know what Gordon was like. He and I both had the same goal, like, with the pride of the LNER and this and that. But unlike Gordon, I didn't let it get to my smoke box. Unlike Gordon, I was like going to start from the bottom and work my way upwards. Why do you think in these shots you're going to see here, Gordon couldn't believe what I was doing? It's like, you're supposed to be on the top of the list. You're supposed to be taking the main expresses. Why are you doing all of this? All because of me slowly getting experience and doing other jobs so I can learn. There's more than just being an express engine. Again, my mind persona is very different.
Actually, since Thomas and Gordon's relationship was rocky at best, what was your relationship with Thomas?
Let's just say Thomas knew better than not to get in my way at times, especially, like you'll see here at this point. That's when I first met Winston, when I first came onto Sodor. This is like on my exact day when I first came here. Here it is. Here we go. This is all canon. This is when I first came to Sodor in 1923. Gordon had just came in. He had yet to become number 4 at this point, and to be painted blue.
Is it just me, or is Henry unhappy in that shot?
No, Henry's kind of curious.
He's like, oh god, another Gordon. Because I'm guessing at this point he would have known a little bit about Gordon's personality, and then when he sees you, he's like, oh god, another one.
Hey, there it is. Henry looks unsure, but he's very interested. That's how Henry was with me.
Well, but yeah, because you're a Highlink Express engine, and meanwhile Henry's suffering because he's suffering from the fact that he's basically a hodgepodge.
Yes, he is, but in my headcanon, Henry's illness is much worse than you might want to think it is.
Oh dear.
And as you can tell, Alfred's in the background again, very similar to NWO Origins going on around here. But
what happened to him in your universe?
Well, he got killed off during the war.
Oh.
Because I kind of saved a certain someone from him.
Was it in the Barrel Blitz?
Nope, it was kind of like a Star Wars rip-off scene.
Oh,
This is kind of when I was impressing Sir Topham Hatt, when he would give me a trial run, and I took some, you know, I was missing a lot of debts at the time, but I was blasting through Sodor, taking commuter trains and whatnot to improve my improvements. And then I decided to do a test run taking some coal. And this is a 20 long coal train I'm pulling. So I'm actually quite fast, but I'm incredibly strong for my size. I did quite a lot of them back in the day.
I can see
And
that.
I did a couple of them at the time, and I took a Sodor dairy train with me. And that's when Henry kind of realized, like, oh, like this guy could definitely be useful. And that's when he won. That's kind of like when he stopped being unsure of me and he accepted me. And don't think I caught a hand of him being very sick. He tries to hide it from me, but eventually it would happen again, and I would catch him in the act.
Were you on Sodor when a certain engine from the Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway arrived?
You mean James?
Yep.
That was actually when I came back to Sodor for a second visit. By that point, he had already been appointed as the family. He was painted red. I never got to see him in his previous livery, and Thomas by then already had his branch line, so things kind of changed by that point.
Since
That's
you're
when
Gordon's sibling, have you ever made fun of him for the fact that he has a hill named after him?
Nope.
Okay.
Although in the back of my mind, I found it quite hilariously funny. I just never told him about it.
Because you have Henry's tunnel, Gordon's hill. All you need now is James's bridge.
Well, like I said, I just thought they were cool names to be named
I
afterwards.
might use that as a story idea.
Yeah, to be quite honest, I always kind of thought like if there's something that's named after you, you should take that with pride and honor.
I don't even think Henry takes it with pride and honor.
Well, that's just me. That's the TVS when I was trying to stand up for Edward when he was like, getting old. Again, we were in our TVS series, but here's the actual headcanon my railway series. I was getting very pissed off with Gordon and Henry, which is something I would come to regret with two later on. And of course, this is where Thomas would have been staying. He was living in his own shed. Remember, just keep in mind, he was the only station pilot at the time.
Yeah. Well, if Markland doesn't exist, I think this is meant to be at Vickerstown, so yeah, it would make sense.
Yeah, except Markland was elsewhere.
Yeah, Markland's elsewhere. So and I believe in your timeline this is at Vickerstown where Thomas was in the railway series, so it would make sense.
That's correct. This is again during in the peak of the 20s, and this is okay. When you said about Thomas reacting, this is kind of when I had enough of Edward and being mocked, and this is the first time I ever had an outburst. Of course,
in front of Gordon or at Gordon.
At Gordon and at Henry as well. Again, me being young and how I am, like I said, I may be a big engine, but once you push me for so long, it gives, and it's not a nice feeling. It's kind of like how I am in reality, and when I'm pissed, I'm literally am pissed.
So Winston is the red engine. So Winston. It's not Alec Greedy.
No, it's Winston, aka Eagle, who I voiced in the NWO Origin.
Yeah, but there's a character named Alec Greedy who people say that he was the red engine.
That's the other red engine, not the other one.
Yeah, other red engine.
Yeah. Even Edward was shocked, and that's when Thomas was like, "Oh shit, I better not mess with this guy." So
yeah, but you gotta take into account Thomas might think of it like, okay, I'm gonna stay away from this engine as far as possible. So I would have like a story where like you and him would like do something together, and he's like, you know what? He's not like this 100% of the time.
Yeah, the thing is, like I said before, I think that's where Thomas realized he shouldn't like be there when I'm like this, but at the same time, he would gain respect on me. Like,
yeah, it's just saying like if Thomas saw you like that, he would think that you would always be like that. And I'm like, oh, I should stay away from him because he could cause me trouble.
Yeah, not to mention Thomas is young as well. again, gotta learn the powers of youth. And this is the night around the same night when I forgave both of them. Like I felt a bit bad about my outburst, like I'm the younger brother, Gordon's my eldest, because I always believe you don't disrespect your own flesh and blood, and I just felt bad about it, and we all owned up with each other, and since then we never had that issue with each other since. Again and again at this point, Gordon was shocked when he saw me pulling freight for the first time, and that was like, "What are you doing? You're not supposed to be taking this." And I'm just like taking it as it's easy.
He would be more happy if it was just a simple mixed train, like maybe 3 freight cars and like 3 coaches. Like, oh, that's fine. He's being equal.
I could take on both of them. I could do that too, but that's something you wouldn't see me take as very often. I don't take very short trains. Again, we're still going. Like I said before, man, this is really good. We're almost there now. We'll wrap this one up later on.
I'm guessing since you're an LNER engine, you did not have very nice friendship with the LMS or any of the other railways.
As far as I was concerned, I saw everybody as an equal. I didn't care about the competition. I didn't want to have any rivalries. I just respected engines as an engine. I was like, screw the competition. We're all British engines here, regardless.
You know what's funny? I always felt like it was the LMS and LNER at each other's throats, and then you got the GWR and SR like, we're just gonna do our own work, not gonna be part of this, okay?
Although, yeah, but the thing is, it was a great rivalry with the LMS and then LNER, which was a good thing, back and forth. But at the same time, the LNER and the Great Western had a heck of a rivalry during the late 20s as well. And that's when I said to Gordon, you should try it one day. Taking freight is pretty cool. And Gordon's like, I'm not going to. You know what it's like. And that's okay. And this around here is when I caught Henry in the act about him being sick.
Well, he has no choice. I mean, he's sick. He can't even move.
And that's when, I'm using my pure strength to do all the work, But like I said before, unlike in the actual canon story that we know, let's just say my OC character had played a part in Henry's health. And this was the first time I actually took the express, but I'm actually taking Henry Gordon because he ran out of water. And I'm taking him and the whole train under my own power for the first time.
I don't know what's more embarrassing: laughing at Henry and then immediately suffering from a burst valve, or running out of water.
Well, it says this is in 1924. He ran out of water. At the point it was named after him anyway, and Gordon's embarrassment would later change to thrill and amazement because because here's the thing, he never felt just how strong I actually was.
So basically, you're a bit like Eric from Victor Tanzig, where you don't seem as strong, but then you're like, holy crap, he has a strong engine.
It's like the whole thing with Peter when he shocked Edward, yeah. Except the thing was, I took the whole train, everything, and then boom. Like, I'm strong, but I can move quite quickly.
I'm guessing EuroC gets along with Timothy pretty well.
Yes, a lot. Not to mention, if my character met Peter, let's just say those two would get along extremely good. And that's the first time where Gordon was taking freight, and I said, makes a nice change, don't it? And Alfred, like we saw, gets way too far, except he doesn't have a fight with Gordon. Let's just say, again, because of my brutal strength, Alfred picked a fight with me. And after this, I knocked him completely off the tracks after he said something about Flying Scotsman, which really did me pissing head in. And then... yeah, let's just say, in a way, you don't talk trash about Flying Scotsman if you're in front of me or Gordon, or you're going to get your ass whooped. And at this point, Alfred became totally afraid of me.
I feel like if that would happen, Sir Topham Hatt would be like, Glenn, I will let you not do that again. But did he deserve it?
Kind of did. And this is him when he was cautioning me. They all told me what went down, and well, as you can tell around down here, this tells you all about it. Yeah. 87546 even got intimidated with me too.
What about 98462?
aka Croven at the time, a different 85462. And after this, Thomas fell victim to a prank of mine. Yes, I painted that. It's supposed to be ice cool water.
Oh God.
It's like, oh, it's cold. And Ned was like, well, you deserved it, mate. It was a prank that me and Henry pulled on him.
Oh, no. To be honest,
Because,
that's the first time I've seen anybody do that with Henry. Because usually it'll be Bill or Ben or Percy, but Henry.
well, there are others. Yeah, Henry played it with me. Thomas played a prank on Henry for teasing him for being too ill, or whatever it was. So I came up with a prank to help Henry get even with him. And that's kind of like, like he went and he screamed out like a little 3-year-old. It's like, oh my
Um,
God, what the sorry.
it'll be one of those situations where like a grown man screams like a little girl.
Not completely, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like Thomas screamed out like, oh my God, that is so cold. I was like, well, and I was like, just be glad it's on April Fool's Day, Thomas.
Were you still on Soda around the time that Thomas got his branch line?
No, this was just about after. Here we go. There I am on my second visit. James had just turned up. At this point, he had it, and Gordon Henry over there. Thomas had his branch line, but here's the thing: in my head canon, Henry was at the peak of his illness, and he was like, I hate to admit that he was on suicide level at this point because he couldn't cope with it anymore. That's when I stepped in to give him a hand. So he stops from being Cam Scott's version, and here's where I kind of saved his life a little bit. He actually got a slight rebuild.
Mm.
He got
And
big. Henry became the Wild Northwester of his Mark 1, slightly bigger, and he actually was a lot better at this point.
so in your universe, Henry was never painted blue.
No.
Okay.
I wasn't too fond of the blue version of Henry. I don't mind it when they did the TBS blue version of him with the golden chap that they had on his funnel and square buffers. I thought that was quite nice.
I
But
mean, to be honest, the literal blue version of Henry is Croven.
yeah, that's what I mean. A lot of people think, oh, it's Croven. And I just like to do it. I just find it a bit strange using Henry in blue for Croven at times. I was like, wait. Now there is officially 2 Henrys here. But who's the real one? Anyways, this takes place in 1928 at this point, okay?
Yeah.
And this was 5 months later, and he's still a mix of the A1 and a C1 mixture of the two, but he had much bigger tubes and he could breathe a little easier, and he had no issues. That was until I could sense Henry had another illness coming again. And this was in 1933. You can see the timeline here.
Yeah.
This is just before 1935 with the Flying Kippers. This is 2 years before then. Turns out that the only illness that Henry was suffering from was the fact that his tubes kept on getting blocked out, and his firebox was slightly bigger, but it still couldn't produce enough heat. And just before we get to stall on it, this is when I went into OMG mode. That's when Henry experienced just how really strong I am. Not only could I push him up, I took the whole train with me as well. The Flying Kipper and Henry, all sandwiched in between me, and I'm like, here we go. And that's when, Gordon had the same experience. Now Henry's feeling the same experience. It's like, holy crap, you really are stronger than you think. Like I said, I'm just as stronger than anybody.
I'm gonna take a guess that your number is 701.
That would later become my railway series number, named after my channel. Yes, that's my railway series number. And
but if you think about it, you have at least 500 other engines to come before you.
I know it's quite hilarious. It all depends on what they want them to be as afterwards. Anyways, here's 1938 again. You can tell Henry Hayes' rebuild done, and then Marina made her first appearance on Soda for the first time when times were changing. That's as far as my pre-war cameo was, and then eventually, when we got to World War the British Railway days, let's just say Thomas fell for the same trick again. Only this time, Gordon got to see me play the prank instead. This is in
And this-
1962. And the only time I came to Sodor during the BR days.
30 friggin' years later, and they still doing this to me. God damn it.
Yep, Gordon was a bit shocked, but then he started laughing. He was again showing situations when little engines. Yeah, this is how I would deal with little engines. Like, this is my way of getting back at them. Once again, Thomas fell for the same trick once again.
If
Edward
that
could
ever
not.
happened in my series, that would be pretty funny.
Yeah, and Edward still couldn't believe it. He fell for the same thing.
I bet you're like, you know what? The only engine I'm never gonna prank is Edward because he's gonna know about it already.
Yeah, I know. But then again, there would always be a first, you know.
Edward is always that one character like you want to prank him, but you know he's gonna find it out before it happens. So you might as well don't
Yeah.
try.
But then again, what if I were to tell you if he didn't know? Like, you just don't know when and where, though. That's the problem. That's the only thing about Edward. He wouldn't know when and when I was gonna. If he knows I would, but he doesn't know when and where.
If you were a Thompson friend, if you were a character in my series, trust me, you would have a whole lot of characters to pull pranks on.
I know I would. I'm not much of a pranker, but it's my way of getting back at guys. You know, if they can do like it's. This is kind of the more harmless way of doing it.
Yeah.
And again, I was just messing about with lost stuff around here. Like I said, I was still like these are still just random stuff. This was supposed to be a thought of when like what if Thomas did come to Sodor before becoming a member, like, and those would have been added in Clarball before you even had them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was just a random thing because there were some people who did of him like when he came to Sodor for a visit and came back to the Brighton South Coast Railway. So I thought I'd do that too. This has become quite popular. My favourite thing about a Tomboys offer, like
Oh,
Percy and
geez.
Rosie together. I felt like it just works.
That reminds me of the one that you did with Union Pacific 844 and Southern Pacific 4449.
Oh yeah, that one that saw the breakup with me and with me and Anthony Berkshire when the whole I hate to mention that dude's name when he was taking the piss on me for it and he hated it, you know. And I was like, dude, what's up with that, man? And that's how our fallout happened, all because of that, aka Northern Romance, as it was known as.
Speaking of which, I'm very surprised that you've given Black Wolf Mountain a full-blown layout.
Yes, it was good as it was. So I take it you're looking in my 311 CSW thing, or whatever it is at this point.
Yeah, I'm guessing, and to be honest, it gives me Colorado vibes.
Well, that's the idea, I guess.
Actually, if take apart the whole Clinchfield curse thing, would 311 work as a genuine Thomas and Friends character?
Not really. But if I had stuck with my old ideas of like what if Soda was Americanized, then you definitely would have that.
It's just that because think about it. If 311 comes to Sodor because nobody else wants her because she's a Jinx, and then when she comes to Sodor, then she gets to prove herself that she's not really a Jinx after all.
Nope, she probably wouldn't have been, but we'll see what would have happened. But in any cases, these shots here that you can see here, these are part of the canon I was telling you about a few hours ago. You know, what we didn't see in the movie. Or in this case, what we're seeing in Timothy's origin story.
I do actually plan to make a Timothy origin movie that goes up to his crash, that delves a bit into his mental state about the time of his death.
As you can see here, this shot here though, that's supposed to be the guy who was supposed to free Timothy and his supposed lover, who we can't see off camera at the moment, before these guys got brutally murdered by the old controller. That was his own son who he killed up afterwards. And when Timothy found out, that's when he knew what he had to do. Although he survived, he knew what he was going to do. But at the same time, he missed Thomas so much. At this point, he didn't want to be away from his little brother, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But he had company. He had these other engines up to keep him company, and again, they were part of the original NWR Origin team, so to speak. There we are, where it all started in 1913. That was the actual time Timothy again didn't spend too much, but he left first, and Thomas had to fend for a while, and eventually, when the new batch came around, he would become the prototype for the actual class of the second batch.
Did Timothy ever meet any of the coffee pots?
I just said, well, Glenn could have been one of them. You never know.
Yeah, because I believe the coffee pots were still around during that time.
Yes, they were, except Glenn the coffee pot engine would have been around on the old Farquhar branch, which was on the other side of the island at the time.
Yeah.
So I don't think he would have. I think he probably would have gotten to see Timothy, but I don't think he would have met on the Farquhar branch. Here we go. This was on the day when Thomas found out. Again, this was in the new cameo when he was told about the loss of his brother, like only mere days before he got here. And as we all know, everybody always says, when did Thomas and Edward first meet? 1915, and that's definitely true. In my canon, they both met on the same year as each other, and this was one of my best.
You can continue.
Yeah, this was one of my best shots I ever took, and again, this is actually cameo. I mean, this is canon.
Do you actually think that Edward was the one engine that Thomas never had trouble with?
I would like to think that too a lot, except when we saw in NWR Origins, yeah, the only time they ever got into like younger conflict with each other, just before they were painted in their blue livery. I guess that's where they had their bit of a rivalry going in. Again, they stayed in their old livery in my canon a little bit longer, just before Henry came around. Then they started to be painted in their livery colours and started getting. And by the time Gordon was popping in, they started getting numbers.
Yep.
In my head canon, Thomas was already given number 1, but Edward and Henry, they had yet to be numbers 2 and 3 at the time. So, in my version, the Fat Controller was not keen on giving them NWI numbers just yet. He was still thinking it over. As you can see, these were all random at the time when I was just filling around.
Mm.
We've done quite well.
Yeah.
As you can see, these were all randomly, and of course, Percy standing up for his big sister, Liz, which of course, who I, was a big fan and good friend of, who I do miss a bit, who I haven't spoken for a long time. But still, one of the best OCs in the fandom at the time before everybody else started doing it. And of course, again, all random stuff. And that was supposed to be a rip-off for Percy's Ghost, which could be a key factor for this year's Halloween. I'm not so sure. And this was kind of the first one I ever took of trains when I was first starting it out. And of course, it's kind of like the end. Two tankers is talking around, and then Thomas is like, "Are you up for a race, brother?" "You bet I am."
Yep, you did. You originally did a video about that, inspired by Fast and Furious.
Yeah, but that wasn't my idea. Although I will admit, I loved that. Despite the guy who I don't like, who made that video, I still loved it.
Here's the thing I like about that. That is a genuinely like ending to Thomas and Timothy's story, because I feel like I feel like, despite the fact to be honest, Kirk Ronan is probably my least favorite of the trilogy films, just because of its timeline and the fact that we don't get a specific conclusion to Thomas and Timothy's story.
Indeed. Although I will admit I didn't want it to be a sad ending. Let's just say, in a way, it was a sad ending, but I wanted them to have a good ending where they would be together. Like I was thinking at the time, what if that was like a flashback, and then all of a sudden we saw Timothy, like you saw in the ending when he comes up. It was like, to be honest, I wanted it to be like a happy ending, like Timothy had been found and his body was there, had like in the flashbacks, like you saw him. Because I remember the flashback video. I remember this video so well. I'm sorry it was gone, but I loved it still. But I thought, what if that had been Timothy in a new body? But yet near the end, as we saw, his demon tries to take over, and then all of a sudden, Thomas, instead of killing his own brother, Timothy pulled him back out, and he just kind of like, you know, he spared him.
To be honest, you kind of actually fit Timothy's innocent voice, honestly.
I know I did.
Because I can't think of anybody else who would even voice Timothy's innocent voice unless you have like someone who can like portray like an old like aging voice like Timothy that I always thought Timothy would have.
He may have looked old and young, but he still spoke with it. He may have looked old, but he spoke with a youth voice still. Like, yes, I'm old, but I'm still speaking like a young man.
Actually, when you made the Untold Story of Timothy, did you always plan to voice Timothy's demon voice?
Yes, I did, because I did it the first time around. Anybody else was reenacting it, and I kind of nailed it. There are others who can still do it a little bit better than I can, but I think a lot of people recognize it more as me.
But hey, you're the one who gave Timothy a whistle, which is by far the scariest whistle of all time.
Yep, and people are still wanting to use it and asking me about it. Some like this or that. But I'm, you know, but to me, I kind of like it for what it is.
Actually, what whistle did you use for Timothy? Because I saw a video that said that, oh, it's inspired by Union Pacific 844, and I'm like, kind of.
Well, I took an old sound effect and I used it into GarageBand. And what I did after that, well, I kind of recorded it over and then I dropped the tone to make it low enough. Then I did an echo effect and repeated it a few times to make it louder and louder over each other. And then boom, there it was. And then there it was, the ghost whistle of Timothy's creepypasta that I envisioned in my head.
I love how you gave Timothy's innocent whistle a toy train whistle, and then his demon whistle something out of nightmares.
And that was the intention for the creepypasta thing. Whereas in the movie, it was similar, but we fixed a couple of good bugs in that one. And at the time, it was early days. This is what we were visioning, like, what would he have sounded like? And I felt like the toy train whistle at the time was perfect for his innocent look,
Now, here's a quick question. When Timothy's roar, is that you doing the sound effect, or was that someone?
Oh my god!
Because I'm like, if that's you, you are destroying your vocal cords doing that.
That wasn't me, dude, because I couldn't scream that loud. Let's just say, in a way, that was from an old trailer that's from a user who's now gone, who destroyed his own microphone at the time.
The only jump scare that I actually felt was scary was the one at the end of the opening credits of the movie where you have that flashing image of Timothy with his bloody face.
Slightly bloody face, if not complete. Yeah. The thing is, that was supposed to be that was actually from Welsh Someone's Productions or whatever his name was, but he was gone long ago because he did a trailer of Timothy walking past, and you hear the ghost train, you hear Ringo Starr's voice, and he's yelling, and I like this or that, and then blah blah blah, and then the jump scare hits, and that's kind of where people thought, wow, that's creepy, man.
Yeah, actually, in two of your trailers Go on.
Yeah, because Timothy was a happy engine. He liked people and everything. He liked the young train enthusiasts. You know, why he always had an innocent smile on his face.
Actually, if you
Yeah.
think about it, in two of your trailers, you are the one who voiced Timothy's innocent voice.
That's true.
Well, I don't know if it's his innocent voice. I'm just guessing like this was before you decided this was before like you gave him a demon voice, but I forgot which one. But I know in the sixth trailer, which was the one that I first saw about the movie, that was probably the scariest one.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the final build up where I was trying to make it like a Freddy Krueger type of trailer, as you could tell.
Here's one thing I think you should have added to the movie, and that was the screams of the passengers as they fall to their deaths. That would have made it a bit more scary.
Well, everybody had been doing that in the remakes of the original, and I didn't want to go down the same way. I wanted to make it different.
Yeah, but those remakes were like the crash would happen, then you would hear like a faint ah or like some like woman screaming at the end of it.
Oh, yeah, but at the same time, I didn't want to make it like the others were doing at the time.
At least you didn't do the Wilhelm scream.
I'll be honest with you, I nearly did that. I almost did. I would have done that had I did the whole thing when the driver and fireman jumped out. I probably would have used the well scream for that one.
To be honest, if I ever do my version of Bad Lookout, I would definitely use the Goofy scream for Godred.
Oh God. Oh Jesus Christ! Don't use that, man. Honestly. Ugh.
Well, I got it from Thomas 1 Edward 2 Henry 3 when he said he had a dream once of Godred being in the model series, and he falls over and he does that Goofy scream. I'm like,
yeah, the Goofy
oh,
I know. It's quite funny and everything, but like I said, it would just be too hilarious to take seriously. It's like, what in the? I thought you were going to use the same scream I used when Timothy fell off when you hear the infamous Joe. Yeah,
no,
that's
not
the Wilhelm
really.
the Wilhelm scream.
Actually, to be honest, the scream that you use when Timothy like plunges off when Thomas blows up the bridge sounds a whole lot more scarier than the one that was used in his actual crash.
Well, that was because I used the German scream of Judge Frollo from The Hunchback of Notre Dame when he screamed to his death. It was perfect. I tried to do it in the Finnish version, which sounded good, but his German scream hollow was a lot better.
Well, to be honest, that entire segment of the movie was inspired by The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yes, it was. Kind of. It was kind of inspired, but I was taking the piss on Thor at that point because Timothy says, and your death came with the hands of Timothy Ghost Train of Sodor, and he fell in, and then Thomas said, and your death came at the hands of Thomas the Tank Engine. So I kind of took the piss on Thor at that point. But it worked. But as we all know, in the current Roman branch, which was, again, that took me 6 months to put together. Let's just say I did Timothy's voice in that one very well, and I'm going to be honest with you, I did all my lines in one go. But when I look back on them now, the way how he sounded, it just sounds too catchy, even though it was intimidating. It's just the way how I was pronouncing it in some of the sentences kind of was sounding a bit too catchy.
Well, yeah, but you gotta take credit that the fact that you were lucky that Timothy didn't have a big role in the Clinchfield Curse, despite the fact that that dream scene was the scariest thing I have ever seen.
That was supposed to be the only time you see Timothy, but unfortunately, I had to squish him in there, or as my old team would say, they had to shoehorn him in there because the fans wanted to see it. You know.
Well, here's the thing. That dream scene is probably the only time that Timothy was actually scary to me because
of course it was. It was in a dream sequence. What did you expect he was going to be? You know, that was and of course like I said before, the reason why Timothy also came in there is because 311 had wandered into an unknown section of Sodor which hadn't been used, and as you can tell, when she trespassed it on him, he, unexpectedly, and when she left, ringing a bell, laughing to herself, and then vanishing, apparently it woke up Timothy. She unknowingly woke him up.
In my universe, Clenchfield 311's role is replaced by the Wabash Cannonball.
Oh boy.
Have you ever heard of that one?
Yes, I have.
I know nobody has really used it as a ghost story. Mainly, people have used it for like a Paul Bunyan kind of story. But I'm like, I want to take this to another level. I want to make the Wabash Cannonball a ghost train, just because it feels like it should become a ghost train.
Well, here's the thing at the end. The reason why Timothy popped in, he was supposed to serve as a background villain. And that's what he was doing. He believed 311 was going to finish what he started.
Little did he know that nobody on the Northwestern Railway had the number 311.
No, but the thing is, though, he didn't know that at the time. He just believed that she had come to finish what he started. That's what he did. That's what he believed. Originally, the whole idea was if you had Henry and Oliver, combine the two together, you got 311's number.
Yeah, and also I love how in just before that Timothy scene, we get this whole segment of 311 talking to herself. That's very similar to how Timothy did it in The Untold Story of Timothy.
Indeed, you could see the connection made. But the thing was, like I said before, in the comic style, I mean, in the fanfic version compared to the film variation, 311 was, well, actually 311 was a lot more, was actually pretty much quite the same, except was pretty much the same as it was in the fanfic, except her ghost form definitely looked a little bit more, well, in the demon formation, she would have looked pretty much hardly deformed, almost, like how a rep body would have been or whatever. And of course, as Florence Gosman says, every time she would trespass, you would leave a horrible stench of oil and smoke, which is a hint of that's to give you the hint that she'd been here.
It would make sense, honestly.
Because she was an oil burner, a steam engine that burnt oil.
Here's the thing about Clenchfield Curse. I was surprised you even included Florence Scotsman.
That was one of the many surprise roles in the film.
So I kind of see making sense because, oh wait, it would make sense because Florence Scotsman had been to the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
It's like saying how in my universe, during the time of Thomas and the Magic Railroad, Edward went with the Fat Controller and his family on holiday to the United States, and then witnessed the ghost of the Wabash Cannonball, and that's how he would know. And that's how he would know of the story.
That would be brilliant. That would make sense.
Yeah, it would make total sense. And to be honest, in my universe, he did meet Timothy. Edward, he did meet Timothy, but and when he knew of the crash, he's like, I should not tell Thomas about this because he will literally go overboard when he knows about this. And he and Markland made a pact to never tell Thomas about it. That wasn't until 2015 when Timothy started causing havoc on the Farquhar branch, and then Thomas eventually found out. He got mad a little bit at Edward and Markland, but then realized it's the same thing that he did for Edward with Cheetah. So he's like, I'm not even going to deal with it. They had to keep it away from me until I would eventually find out for myself.
Indeed. And like I said, when Timothy and Thomas got reunited in my new headcanon, in a way, the whole truth would finally come out eventually about him, that he did survive, only just. But at the same time, it was just how it was. But like I said at the end, 311 was the main antagonist. And,
Actually, who's your favorite of the two ghosts, Timothy or 311?
In all honesty, they're both good, to be quite honest, but they're both good. But I will admit I was proud of how it all came together, But like I said, if I did a remake, it would have been a lot more better. It would have been much better with different bits involved if it had been my entire project.
To be honest, you kind of you kind of introduced me to 311 because I'm like, what the heck is this whole 311 ghost train? And then I found out that there was originally a video about a ghost train named 311. But I'm like, what the heck is this all about? And then your trailers came out for the movie. I'm like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, yeah. The whole thing came from an original thing called the Chronicle thing of, you know, back in the old days, in the old nostalgia years. That's where 311 came from, and I remembered what it was. It was one of my favorites growing up. I remember reading it. I was like, this is really awesome. And of course, a lot of people had forgotten, and then these small vids were showing about 311 coming back, and then there was like fanfics writing about it, and there was different characters. They always made the 311 as a male character. There was a couple of them running about as a female, but no one had ever heard of it in the whole thing as like, and then eventually it became forgotten, and then eventually I brought it back.
To be honest, I kind of wish we actually saw 311's death more than once, because the only time we actually see her death is in Luke's backstory scene. That's
Well,
literally
it's the closest we could ever get to see of it in terms of how it's described in the story by the witnesses. I mean, by how the story went. And of course, it was a bit too violent. It would have been too scary. I mean, heck, the trailers that you would have seen in the early scripts compared to what they were going to be like was more than enough to show you what it would have looked like.
I do kind of think that Clinchfield 150 should have been in place of Ariel, because it would have made a whole lot more sense.
And look, the whole thing afterwards, like I said before, if you've seen the original Railway Chronicles of 311 or whatever, I mean, I brought that in. It was so cool. And of course, I brought 311 back, but I made it as the first engine to be back and be ever spoken in as a female. And the engine was spoken for the first time in a female, and why a lot of people liked it that way still. And like I said, 150 is supposed to be a mysterious locomotive. We don't, like I said, we don't know if it's a boy or a girl. We don't know the engine's name. So again, I wanted to keep 150 a mysterious character. But
I always felt like, because after the whole part of like Louise revealing about 150, I always felt like Ariel's segment should have been like a lead up to 150's role in the story.
Well, if I ever did a reboot, I would have done it.
Because let's say if 150 was a boy and that he actually had feelings for 311. Maybe that's why he was the only one who generally thought of 311 as a friend. Or I'm sorry, Jessica as a friend.
Yes, but you never know. Could they have been romantically together? You just never know. Like I said, there was a lot of unknown stuff about it. That's why I said about, keeping the secrecy of 150,
And I like how you generally gave 311 a backstory where she was actually part of the Frisco Railway instead of being like a one-off build that was sent to the Clinchfield. Like she was literally like a Frisco engine.
That was what I said about the whole thing about, when we were getting the pictures of, the piece of the puzzles of 311's past was starting to become, come together like a mystery ghost investigation. That was kind of the idea and then eventually what were the files that were saved by the president, and that's where we got the final backstory of getting a brief look into her past life of what those files contained of who she was. Like, she wasn't what we thought. It was the final piece of it was kind of like the final piece of the puzzle to solve the mystery.
To be honest, I kind of wish you did Bridge of Doom, because that sounded like a really interesting topic to talk about.
Well, like I said before, I am thinking about rewriting it again soon, if I do get my head wrapped around it ever again. Because every year when I try and do all these things, I'm always stuck with other stuff. And as you can tell, Tardius 9, if you know about him, he's always happy to reread my old stories that got me famed back in the day, which a lot of YouTubers really do like hearing. Some of my early ghost stories finally making it into the big screen.
I really love I really loved your story about the Canadian. I don't know if it was Canadian Pacific, Canadian National, but then you had a story about one of the old Norfolk and Western original J class locomotives, and he told the story about a Canadian National, Canadian Pacific Prairie locomotive, and I'm like, this story is actually really good.
I'm not sure I remembered that too well, but but then again, if that was the case, I'm glad that would have been it. But like I said, man, we'll see what happens. If you've read any of TARDIS 9 stories that contain mining, you'd be impressed by it if you wanted to know.
Yeah,
So anyways, guys, like I said, we've had a great time. We've been on for nearly 4 hours now. Oh, we have been on for 4 hours and 33 minutes. It's been a long while. And hey, Ryan. But in any case, guys, I'm going to have to wrap this one up. It was supposed to be a short one, but I really have enjoyed this late 2023 streaming, and hopefully we'll catch up again another time. So again, Michael, thank you so much for popping in. It's been a pleasure.
you're
I didn't
welcome.
expect we were going to have this whole chit chat thing, and it just looped around, and eventually, look at where we've led up to. So I'll catch you a bit later on.
All right.
For those of you who've been watching in and out, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully we'll see you again a bit later on. This is KaneFan701. Take good care, my friends, and I'll see you again another time.